No, I wasn't even sure what
What
the
are
last one meant, so it's free to you if you
wh-
want it.
what are the things?
The other
Uh,
things.
in addition to whatever your rule is, you could be either a Dahar master or a blood bonded friend of the show.
Hmm.
No one wants to be the show's friend.
Interest.
Got it.
No, no. I feel like I need to take that.
Okay. Do you have the first edition of the Klingon book?
Yes, I do. I just have to. I
Okay.
have to
So when you
pull it
get
out.
putting your character sheet in, you'll go to that book to the talents and find the first Klingon talent Rustai.
Uh.
Basically, you're going to get a fifth. You're going to get a fifth value, and there's some benefits to using it.
Okay. Cool.
Which means that Solaris, either your character either isn't going to have one, or they're going to be a Dahar master.
They're not a Dahar master. I was accepting not having one.
Okay.
I
security
am
is
untrapped.
Randomly Dahar Master.
I like to have a friend. Okay, friend. First, we're going to jump across this river of lava.
which makes this character and all of his values and his entire deal really funny.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So, are we live?
We are
Partially?
here. Hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and we're beginning the season 4 with a new episode, and it has nothing to do with Starfleet. Well, Starfleet will be involved at some point. It involves Klingons, but this is still Star Trek: Return to the Frontier. So let's see how season 4 starts.
Joe, take it away.
32 Dokath, Kalis Das, 858. An opportunity to strike at our foes. We have intercepted Romulan transmissions to House Dator and House Duras, which indicate they are negotiating a trade of 2 D7 battlecruisers for new Romulan cloaking technology. We must acquire a cloaking device, but if we could take 2 brand new D7 battlecruisers with advanced cloaking, the tide of the war could turn in our favor and cover Sabgita in glory. Directives. Break up the Romulan Dator negotiations. Capture at least 1 ship. Capture a Romulan cloak. Apply.
Blah.
Blah.
All right. We go to the bridge, where I start adding everyone who wasn't done several hours ago.
Oh, thank God things are loading. For a brief second, I was just seeing shapes. I was like, oh no.
This is a
And the con officer is Lojan Banan, I believe.
Yep.
You double check your helm. You read all stop after coming out of warp at the extreme navigational region that the supposed meeting site is. It's on a battle station, and you are at the very extreme of the navigational markers for it.
Honorable Joe, we have come to full stop, reporting at stage 1 of our attack plan.
Good. Sensors, report.
Sensor operator is going to scan the area.
All right.
This is Reason Science.
It will be Reason Science difficulty. Difficulty 1, assisted by sensor science.
Okay. Well, I have technical expertise, which means whenever I'm assisted by computers or sensors, I may re-roll 1d20 in my pool. Or the ship can re-roll. Does my assignment as sensor operator, is that reflavoring of science officer, or does that give a special ability for sensors?
Say that again.
Do I get a special benefit from my assignment as
Yes,
sensor
you get the
operator?
role ability of a science officer.
Awesome.
Does
So-
my thing in exchange for my XO ability or in addition to?
In addition to, and what you get is something I posted at 10:20 today. So just go back up in the post history of the main channel.
Cool.
Okay, so reason, science, a focus in sensor operations. Take
And someone can roll for the Doc Janaka, which would be under Starship Database, Klingon Empire.
Already there.
Okay.
Take one threat.
Oh yeah. We're
I
at
am
the end of
re-rolling for
the
the
3
ship.
thread episodes. This is the 4 thread episode. This is only a 3 thread episode.
No comp. Okay, then if it's no comp, then I'll just re-roll myself, which is so that is 4 successes.
Because even for Klingons, which y'all are planning, is very risky. That looks like 4 successes, so 3 momentum gained.
Mhm.
Are you using active scanners or passive scanners?
Active scanners.
Say that again.
Active.
All right, I am going to add real quick to the scene guide the trait sensor ping.
Uh, yeah.
So this is you.
Why is my ship not red?
Because I totally forgot there was a thing, but it was a thing, wasn't it?
This is before we
Um,
painted it.
This is before we
Make this
painted
ship
it.
This is
red.
before it was drenched in the blood of your enemies.
Soon.
Which zone did you
guy's been on
want
strike.
to scan? You get 1 zone for free.
Yeah. Okay. So, I assume this is like asking questions, right? Near mechanically.
Obtain information.
So
that's what I
one
mean.
zone I'm going to tell you everything about, and then you can could use obtain information to ask more specific questions about things in that zone, or
Mhm.
ask about a different zone.
Okay. First off, do I know where the meeting is supposed to take place?
It's supposed to take place on a battle station. The
And we have
battle station.
Mhm.
Glory of War.
Sure. Why don't we scan directly ahead of us?
There is nothing of note in that zone.
Great. I will scan here. Or can I ask a
For
question if
one
there's
moment.
anything here? I have the Science Officer ability and Studious, so I think I get 2 for free.
All right. There is a freighter in that zone.
I apologize. Studious doesn't give me 1 for free. If I spend 1 momentum, I get 2. So let me spend 1 momentum and scan here and here.
That was here and here.
I didn't see that on it was on the GM layer.
Oh, okay. That,
Yes.
okay. You do not detect any signals in either of those zones.
In hindsight, I think I should have done passive sensors, but yeah, the sensor operator will report. Your title isn't captain, it's Macte. She'll say, I've found no signs of the station yet, but I've detected the freighter due ahead of us.
Acknowledged.
Insight command difficulty or insight security difficulty 0 for the Zhou to make.
Okie dokie. I'll take a momentum for a 3rd die.
Is this something I can assist with?
You could. You could. That's a question. If does Makte run the kind of bridge where it's free to discuss matters without formally addressing the show?
For my blood bonded friend and wife, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm a fairly relaxed bridge as long as everybody snaps to when I make the decision. Will any of my focuses apply?
Strategy and tactics at increased complication.
Hang on.
So yes, the answer to that question was you can assist without asking.
Cool. In that case, because I am assisting you, Zhou, you get or I'm sorry, I get to re-roll, I think. Yeah, the assisting character may re-roll their die.
Okay. See what we get.
Uh,
3.
and it's insight security.
Yep. As the show and
Would deception or ambush tactics come into play?
either of those would come. Yeah, I would take either of those.
Cool. I succeed anyway.
So for momentum gained, it's unusual that your first sensor suite, Joe, did not pick anything up, but you and your first officer and bonded friend do concur that such a station with such a meeting is not going to be left unguarded. There must be patrol ships around here somewhere. And the likelihood of being able to simply impulse straight to the station without any effort towards subterfuge is basically assumed to be impossible.
Yeah. So here, since we are still at the top of the scene, I'll give you a threat for well-informed.
Okay.
What is the layout of the system? What are the various planets and bodies orbiting its central sun, assuming there's a system with a central sun.
There is not. This is a station meant to sit along the neutral area between the Romulan Star Empire and the Klingon Empire, and provide a base for forward operations. There's not along the border where it's convenient. These kind of battle stations are placed along systems, but some places there's not a convenient system, and often the houses that control these use the fact that they're not in a system to do things the KDF did not intend to do with them.
Okay, so I think that's one of my questions. The other one would be well informed. Where's the base?
If you are in the correct position,
Mm-hmm.
it should be at the center of this star chart.
Okay. What position controls the cloaking device?
So you get 3 questions.
No. I mean,
That was a mechanical
Arc.
question.
Yeah, our cloaking device. Who's?
It's engineering, I believe.
Oh,
Oh, it's operated from tactical. I'm full of crap. I'm sorry.
yeah,
It
you
says
do
no.
have to reroute power, but I don't. Is it listed in the?
You don't?
Mm-hmm. It says in cloaking device on the Dr. Nocto.
Yeah.
Okay, I knew it might be described in the cloaking talent, and I didn't know if it was described in the actual like starship combat area.
Okay, so in the talent, you don't have to reroute power. You just have to spend reserve power, which at this point we should have.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I might have been getting those 2 things mixed up.
And
But,
what is it?
We'll go according to what the talent says.
What does it cost to move at warp speed? Where's my book?
You also need reserve power at warp speed.
that-
Sounds like need to generate some
But so all your questions are done. You're done.
Yeah, I just had the 2 for
All right.
well informed.
So I'll show you. You can look at the scene guide.
Okay.
Getting to the station is going to be an extended task, likely using Khan. I have added some traits, not all of which currently apply. Right now, sitting like you are, uncloaked, only relying on your slim sensor silhouette, shields and weapons down. The difficulty to navigate between all of the sensor buoys and the ships that you don't know where they are, but you assume that there are patrol ships, is impossible. It just can't be done by a ship that doesn't have a cloak.
Mhm.
You could activate your cloak, and that will give you a trait that could lower the difficulty by 3. You can slim sensor silhouette is already being applied. Weapons inactive and shields down are also already being applied. Sensor ping has actually pulled this up to diff 7. Sorry. All right, so to make this task doable at all, you're going to have to go into cloak. Going into cloak would make it a diff 4 task right now. The resistance is based on what speed you're going. So at all stop, the resistance will actually be 0. So I will change that real quick. Sorry, no, I got it the other way around. you can apply the trait for the speed you're going at to the resistance. So right now you're applying the trait all stop, which is 0. That's not going to reduce the resistance. If you increase to 1/4 impulse, you can bring the resistance down by 1. Because that's how long it's taking you. That's how slow you are going. At going at maximum impulse, the resistance would go down to 0. So you'd be doing all the possible work. It also brings an increase in complication range. So at full impulse, your complication range is increased by 4.
It matches 1-to-1, so 1, 2, 3, 4. If you go
It does match 1-to-1. So 1/4 impulse reduces the resistance by 1 and increases the complication range by 1.
All right.
So
Okay. First off, weapons. Bring us under cloak.
Yes, Joe.
I didn't know if you knew Nuhoplin, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that anywhere right.
Yeah, hold on. Let me download Duolingo real quick. I might be able to say, can I go to the bathroom by the end of the session?
Just download page 116 of the Klingon book.
I feel like with Klingon, it's those simple things that are the hardest to say, so that might actually be in the advanced levels.
So this is control engineering, difficulty 2, assisted by engine security.
Okay. Not a task I was at all aware I'd have to make, so I don't have an engineering score.
I mean,
You
we could potentially switch around here.
Yeah, let's just send it to her.
All right.
So do you get it from your station, or is she going to do it from her station?
Mikara's going to do it from her station.
Okay, because I will point out the Dakshinaka, unlike the ships we have been using, the Dakshinaka does have a security score high enough to have a second tactical station.
Oh, yeah. I'll move her to second tactical then. That makes more sense.
All right,
That's
control
supervising,
engineering,
but,
difficulty
yep.
2.
All right, I'm going to give you a threat. It's now a daring task.
Oh, it's not security, it's engineering. Okay.
Yep.
I thought it was
Yeah, it's
security
engineering.
reason.
It's an engineering task
I'm using-
at the tactical station, which,
Okay.
I mean, I feel like both of those make
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Oh, then I should have asked Makara, Joe.
He's just supervising it, don't worry.
Well, Makara's going over and doing it now. So 1 threat for daring for percussive maintenance. And a focus in...
Literally gonna like kick the station and the cloak turns on.
Yeah.
See, this is why the house needed Rasa so bad.
Yeah.
Look, I know exactly where to kick the ship to make it do anything I tell it to do.
I'm sure that knowledge is also used for the show.
She's so hot.
Remember like 10 minutes ago when you said you ran a professional bridge?
Relaxed bridge, I think is the word.
I don't know that he said that.
Um,
He said that he was
oh,
progressive
God.
and they could do whatever they want as long as they jumped to when he said what they needed to do.
No, I mean he wouldn't say that, but he would definitely look at her with admiration and a gleam.
I don't think this would count as Klingon weapons, so I don't think I have a focus.
Like tactical systems. Something like that.
If you had Klingon tactical systems, I would take it. If you have Klingon weapon systems, I will not.
I have Klingon weapons, yeah.
Yeah,
And also force fields, but it's not really a force field either.
No,
So.
it's not.
Unfortunately, I am still rolling a 17. What's the difficulty on the roll? Here?
2.
You're
2?
fancy.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to use procedural compliance. I'm going to remove a d20 from my die pool, and it's a crit.
Does procedural and compliance change the amount of time used?
It does not anymore.
Okay.
You just also have to have a high con. Also, percussive maintenance will lower the amount of time.
Okay.
All right, so that's 1 momentum, and we lower the interval by 1.
Look, there's the red you wanted on your ship.
And we end up with a float because the ship hit its number.
Yeah.
I think you're short one. Oh no, procedural compliance. You do like roll 1 less dice and you get an automatic success,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
So
You
this is
turn-
3 successes.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Is it
1
a-
momentum gained.
Oh, it's only 1 momentum. Sorry. For some reason, I thought you generated 2. I don't know what
Mhm.
my brain was on. Sorry.
Nope.
So it's just a success, not a crit.
No, it's just 1 success. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, no. Procedural compliance.
Makes it a crit, doesn't it?
Yeah, auto success. So I rolled 3. Sorry, and then the
Okay.
ship also rolled 1. So we do have 2 momentum gain.
Okay.
Okay. So this is
I
true.
misunderstood there. Yeah. And then we get the 1 interval reduction because of percussive maintenance.
In no time at all, you hear a hum as many of the ship's low power systems kick in, and readings from weapons and sensors and communications all start to fade out.
This will make our search for the station much more difficult.
Mankara will say, "We now move under silent cloak of night, my Jo."
Excellent. Benajo. Which is basically lady wife.
Yeah.
Lojan just kind of
Um,
looks up, raises an eyebrow, and looks back down to his station.
Yegui. Perform evasive maneuvers to change our position, and then we will begin threading our way through the sensors of the enemy. And I'll spend a momentum to direct, and that way we can definitely build up some momentum. Well, we're already at 6, aren't we?
Yep.
So this will be control con difficulty 4.
On I.
For the evasive action?
I don't think we're not in Starship Combat,
Right.
so there's not a turn order to keep track of when that would go on and off.
Right, but what I'm trying to do is create the trait of
Okay. So
right.
this is not to make progress on the extended task. This is to create an advance. Okay. That
Yeah.
could be that would still be control con, I think.
Makes sense.
It is still a helm maneuver.
Yeah.
Very well.
And it's I wouldn't use daring con like the actual helm action, because this is not, you're not actually being targeted or shot at. So you can actually,
I mean, but it's still, evasive maneuvers to confuse our starting position and where we're exactly at after the sensor ping.
all right. So instead of giving you a new trait, I'll allow you to quash that trait.
Okay.
So control con difficulty 2.
Helm operations or combat maneuvers as a focus.
Either.
I'm gonna spend 1 momentum to buy a die. Focus. I'm being assisted. Chip's helping as well, I presume.
Engine's con.
Very good. And would I be able to activate Guile and Cunning on top of this?
I believe so, because that's because you're trying to hide your location, and I believe the talent calls out if you're trying to like have your actions remain hidden.
Yeah. So I would give you 1 threat to add 1 difficulty to any task that would detect us or reveal the nature of our actions.
We see one difference. Unlike many of the other bridge crew, the con officer hails from a different house, a more traditional house that has resisted the change towards an increased focus on honor and away from the cunning that Kalis represented.
Their foreheads will grow back last.
But our honor will shine pure and bright for all to see.
Blah, 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 blah,
Yeah,
blah.
that is until they bring down a space station.
Here we go.
Backwards buttocks.
See? Well, I will say
Gee.
bridges don't look nice, so I am a little
2
annoyed.
momentum
I
gained.
see 1, 2 in there.
Three momentum gained. Oh no, that was the last roll. I need Engine's con.
Boop. There you go.
Hey.
5 successes on a diff 2 is 3 momentum gained.
And I generate a bonus
So-
1 because I did a helm action.
All right, the trait sensor ping has been mitigated. Which zone do you move into?
Let's also spend 2 of those float to increase cloak 4, basically representing our
The
Yeah.
cloak is the cloak is
a static.
because you don't have that's as high as your cloak can operate. Like a cloak 4 would be the new Romulan style cloak.
Okay, let's do a new trait of uncertain position 1 for us. Like they don't know where we are.
We want to word that better because they don't know to look for anything. So
Suggestion I have is that we use as minimal power as possible to achieve movement. So I'm being
Oh, so
I'm being super efficient with my
Hosting?
power with my engine use.
yeah, let's we could do it rigged for silent running, or just silent running. You know, we're emitting as little as possible, so making ourselves that much harder to detect.
And if we mixed that with, say, running in the dissipating trails of previous ships' movements, our own low energy signature.
you would need to find a ship to actually follow.
Once I get to this guy's spot, that'd be easier.
Yeah.
He's going in the opposite direction.
Yes, but he's leaving a trail behind him.
That
One
is
of
true.
those
Yeah.
gonna stay in the pile. So one
But
left.
would that trail perhaps reveal us in cloak?
Well, no. The idea is that we're using the emissions of their trail to mask our own emissions.
Okay.
We're riding their wake.
Or that's a plan anyway.
That's a
Yeah.
future plan for sure. The
So
one question
you can
I
move
have,
either to the right or to the left as a part of this.
I would, if possible, I'd like to use obtain information.
Okay.
I want to see if this area, according to nav sensors, is indicating that there's been a lot of traffic or it's low traffic, based on like impulse trails and stuff like that in our area. And that's probably within the last, however many days.
I'll
it's
phrase
been.
it this way. I'll take that, but I'll phrase it a little bit differently. I'll say, as you are using the engines, you are having to compensate for recent subspace interference. It's nothing that your engines aren't totally capable of handling. It's just odd because if you're traveling in like a space lane behind another like freighter that's a couple light years ahead, you should be dedicating like a 1/10% of power to restabilize the space ahead of you. You're using enough power just for that safe navigation to represent 2 standard house fleets, which is not every ship a house has available. It's a standardized tactical unit.
So it feels like there's 2 fleet worths in the area.
That it feels like you have come out of warp and started maneuvering in the wake of 2 fleets. If someone came from a different direction, you wouldn't pick that up. But you definitely know there's at least that much.
Okay.
And I would take a follow-up insight security, or actually I think this would be insight command, because you're actually kind of a junior officer and haven't had command experience. I'll make it a difficulty 1.
Junior officer.
This is for me to give you more details about the fleet.
Well, no, I'm experienced. Actually, I take that back. I'm veteran. I'm the opposite.
Oh, you are. You have the veteran talent.
Yeah, I'm the grizzled advisor.
Oh, you're right. You are. Sorry, I saw Sog and I just and then I opened the wrong character sheet and didn't see any of these things. Okay.
Yeah.
You're right. Actually, I will give it to you at difficulty 0 then.
Okay. In that case, to answer your earlier question, I'll shift over here.
Okay.
And I owe you reason command or insight, sorry, command 0.
Yes, you're likely to know this. We just want to see how much you know.
Combat maneuvers or Klingon tradition?
Tradition. This there's actually a lot of debate that this tactical unit should be disbanded. It doesn't have a lot of wide utility anymore, but it's still commonly used.
That's a maniple.
Okay, work for Kalis.
Yeah,
Maybe we should keep it.
if you don't watch out, Marius will come and steal it from you.
And make you carry heavy stuff. That's all for Saturday's game.
Okay. So for free, I will tell you the standard house fleet, generally when a Zhou moves from place to place, for major houses, minor houses just don't have enough ships to do this, but for a major house, that is a D7 accompanied by 3 D4s. You would actually estimate that there were slightly more ships than 2 house fleets. It's actually probably closer to like 4 D7s and 6 D4s, since it's 2 fleets, right? That's 1 D7 and 3 D4s twice because there's 2 fleets, and then an additional 2 large cruisers, probably D7s.
I guess I'll throw another obtain information because I got a freebie here. I got a float, I should say. Do I know who operates closest to this area? Like, who's the house that operates either the station or nearer to the station if no one claims it?
Before the current minor civil war, the rightful owner is House Duras, but currently it's awaiting the Chancellor to name someone else.
Okay. Honorable Joe, I report that we have adjusted position for evasive maneuver. I have a advisory for your ears, should you wish to hear it.
Speak.
It is in my opinion that we are that likely in this area, at least 4 D7 battle cruisers have come into this area, as well as 6 D4s. Effectively 2 fleets, if not a little bit more than that, given the current astronavigational patterns that I am observing.
Is Mactai familiar with what those numbers break down to? Like basically 2 standard house fleets plus a couple
Yes,
extra
I will.
sevens. Yeah.
I wouldn't even give the difficulty 0 task to
Okay.
a experienced captain. That's 2
Mhm.
house fleets, and 2 house fleets plus 2 D7s is what you're looking for. So this match is exactly what you expect.
Well,
Actually, I take that back. You didn't know how many ships they would bring. You know, it was going to be some number of ships plus 2
Right.
D7s, but this makes sense with what you know.
right. Well, our enemy has plenty of teeth for us to snatch glory from, but it matches what we should have been expecting. Let's see. So where's the scene guide?
Top of the thing, Joe.
Yeah. Okay.
And basically, when interval is going to pass.
Who cares how many teeth they have, when a well-silvered tongue may suffice?
Inky. Well said. So, Gintak of my father.
Joe?
Your steady and experienced hand now must guide us to the heart of the enemy. How fast do you think you can do so?
Stand by, Joe. I'm seeing a change in readouts on my console.
This would be sensor or possibly tactical, but not con, I don't think. So you might continue, but
Okay.
it might.
He might have been
list-
flashed a navigational alert, and then it's Con saying more, or not Con.
It's
Sensor
not
saying-
going to be a navigational alert because the sensor doesn't know what it is. It just knows there's something. So yeah, I will point out that the sensor operator and the tactical operator can see the 2 markers I put down, but they might not interrupt y'all, so you can continue.
It
I mean,
is.
if the thing there, wouldn't the navigational error be exactly what you'd see? If the sensors
It could
don't
be
know what it is yet?
be a reflection from a small bit of debris that's trivial for the deflector to handle, right? So
Fair.
I'm gonna say no. That's not something that would be obvious to the con officer. There are other consoles which would highlight this first.
Yeah. It is within my ability to arrive at great haste at full impulse. However, given the current configuration of the vessel we inhabit, the slower we go, the less opportunity we have for something to go wrong. All ships are imperfect, as all Klingons are imperfect. So errors will creep at faster speeds, given our current cloaking configuration.
And the situation may be changing.
Report.
Unidentified. Up ahead at the moment. I am sure sensors can clarify.
I'm already working upon it.
Passive only.
Passive
As you
is going to
command,
push the
Joe.
difficulty up by 1.
Okay.
So this will be reason science difficulty 3, assisted by ship's sensor science.
Difficulty 3. So we get a free reroll. Do we have any momentum?
6.
A full, yeah, all, yeah,
Yes.
we're full.
All right, focus, yes. I'm getting your free reroll. That's not going to apply. Oh, GM, I have the talent applied research. Once per scene, when you attempt a task which relates to information you received earlier that scene from an obtain information question, the first bonus die you purchase is free. Because I've already scanned this area, can I get a free third die? Or no?
One of these, since this task represents both of these unknown signals,
Mhm.
one of them would activate that, one of them wouldn't. So we'll say that it does.
Okay.
One of
So-
these is related to something you've scanned before.
Okay. So I'm gonna give you you just get the 2 threat for the fourth die. And yeah, the dice at the table.
Nicely done.
Okay.
That's
Chip, if you get a 0, you get a reroll. Oh, you don't.
that is 4 momentum.
That was also just on 6s.
I am a soldier in the information war and I am winning.
Wait, didn't that mean sensors crit?
No, no, it's got to be under the department, not the.
Oh yeah, sorry. That.
And you don't have a
You
science
have
of
a
6 on the Doc Chanaka.
Yeah, that thing was not built to be a sensor boat. So Gita was not one to.
I got confused because there was only one thing there.
Yeah.
E4.
Having multiple contacts. I am sifting through the noise and identifying them now.
There's the boat.
Sensor operator, you're seeing a D4 class scout cruiser on standard patrol pattern, and the earlier scanned freighter has moved along its trajectory.
Appears the same freighter I detected earlier has slightly moved position upon its trajectory, and I am detecting a D4 scout cruiser. GM, can I spend a moment or free science officer question? Is there a
Yep.
marking on this ship that identifies? Is there a marking on the ship that identifies its house?
It's navigational. The navigational communications it sends out to not collide with other ships indicate that it is the severed hand of House Duras.
I have detected their navigational code. This is the severed hand of House Duras.
Mhm.
Could I spend 2 momentum for the trait that I've detected a vulnerability in them?
That would be a separate task.
Okay. Then does anyone have an idea for what traits I could gain from this? Perhaps that I've created a program to filter through the noise in the system and make future sensor rolls easier.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe something that would make that task, that aforementioned sensor task easier. Yeah, like a running sensor tag.
I'll take that for 2 momentum. I will not require you to take any effort to keep track of the severed hand.
Great. Could I spend 1 momentum to identify what the ship's identification is? I am establishing a lock upon the severed hand. We shall know their every movement.
Blah.
That is the Orion Free Trader Golden Spirit.
The ship is the Orion Free Trader Golden Spirit. Could I spend one momentum to see if there are any other ships in the nearby zones?
That would be a different task.
Okay.
You could ask a question about what those ships are doing, or about the ships in general.
Mhm.
Or you can take one from the pool and add a tag to the Golden Spirit.
Sure, let's do that.
All right, so I will also mark these with a red dot. That these two ships have a active sensor or a passive sensor lock.
Well, we have found House Duras, but we did not expect Romulans to be in the system. Could the Romulan Patox be hiding under Romulan flag?
Romulan.
I
Or
think
under
you meant Orion.
flag. Orion flag, excuse me.
Orions are
Wrong
known
green
for
people.
free trading to anyone who will take their money.
Whether that
And if-
be in weapon or warm body.
Or coin.
And if Romulan, they head away from the station's location without their D7s.
Romulan.
Unless, of
Romulans
course,
are
they're
secretive
cloaked.
and distrustful of outsiders. I find it hard to believe that they would let anyone else do their dirty work for them.
Romulans are cowardly and crafty lot.
Without the spend of a momentum or 2 momentum to have the interval, can you still do that?
Nothing that jumps out to me says that. I don't recall. I haven't looked at it for a good wit.
I mean, I have a talent that allows me to reduce the interval, but I don't know if there's a normal way to do it anymore.
You mean your current character or
The Klingon, they did earlier. That's why y'all got to make
Okay.
two
Yeah.
rolls before I.
Bottom of
Oh no, I think
269.
the only momentum spend is additional progress.
Page 333. Time challenges.
What am I looking for?
Task attempts always take 2 intervals of time. To allow players to reduce that to 1 interval by spending momentum, though it can also increase due to complications. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Does it give
Yeah.
a number? Or does it just say that I can't allow it?
On 269, it's 2 momentum per interval reduced down to a minimum of 1.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Then that's kind of what we expected. So unless 2 momentum is spent, then the interval will move forward.
I say spend it.
go for it?
2.
All right.
1 and 2.
Do you have time for another task then? Before the situation changes.
Your orders, Joe.
Half impulse.
Acknowledged.
Encourage, when the opportunity presents, restore our reserve power.
I am going to spend 2 threat because your path ahead currently shares a zone with this severed hand. So that 2 threat is going to represent that they're totally unaware of you, but you just happen to start to attempt this as their routine sensor ping is about to go off. So after you resolve your move forward here,
Mm-hmm.
I will make a roll for them.
We're looking at diff 2, resistance 2, essentially.
If you're moving at half speed, then that is correct.
I am going to give you a threat to activate Galen Cunning.
Okay. That's not going to impact this task. It will impact their scan later.
Cool. Going to spend all the momentum. Buy 2 dice.
What's this roll?
Control Con, assisted by Engines Con.
Can Maktai assist with maybe, with either control con or command con?
I would take Control Command as not only do you, as basically you take the coordination off of the con officer's shoulders. Like you're the one coordinating with engineering and with sensors rather than requiring the con officer to do it.
Okay. I'll give you an assist at least.
Appreciate it.
Not that you need one.
Complication range is would currently comp on a 18, 19, or 20.
15's the number.
Which, yeah.
All right.
Test roll.
So
Sorry.
3 momentum gained.
I fixed it. Good. I was wondering why I was getting false. I was unclicking the thing on the
Okay.
ship. I figured out what's going on. Sorry.
What is your con rating?
5.
3 progress made then.
Yeah, because there's resistance.
Yep.
Right.
3 is not enough to move out of this zone yet.
Can you
To move
tell
out
us
of the
what we
zone, You're
need?
going to have to make 10 progress.
Oh, okay.
Yep, these are the breakthroughs. So this is so to move from this to move into this zone was just starting. To move into this zone is your halfway breakthrough, and to move into the final zone is your 3/4 breakthrough.
We're gonna need to do something to. We're gonna need to make some like traits to cut through that resistance or something.
Not really. We'll be fine. I'm adding
Okay.
one to. I'm adding one to the impact.
All right.
Oh, sorry. And I'll add another one to the impact because I have the freebie because I'm a helm officer who did a helm thing. I'm gonna add one more.
All right. Then where a normal con officer might have made only modest progress on half impulse, your con officer slides right in behind the severed hand. So he spends less time stopping for them to pass by, following them through most of the area.
Tuck me along, young child. I'll be out of your way in a second, he mutters as he's following after them.
We are at normal alert.
Hopefully they're giving thanks to Kalis for allowing them to use their sensors. If not, I fail.
They are too short because you have a cloak and a slim sensor silhouette.
Detecting chips is hard.
Mm-hmm.
Detecting cloak chips, to be fair, is hard.
Don't forget the silent running.
Oh, yeah. So they're 3 short.
The interval will then pass.
There you go. Just keep going the way I want you to go.
Yes, it is wonderful when an opponent plays right into your hands.
Mm. The benefit of cloak, despite the protestations of some of the more newer ways.
And yet this hunt has just begun. Whose hands are being played into whose is yet to be seen.
This is true.
A new signal appears on the sensor console.
I have a new hit.
So
Oh, go ahead.
we
what
can
do you do next?
we can do one task per interval unless we spend it down, and then we can do two basically.
Yeah, rather than getting into the weeds about it actually being like a half interval, and I would just rather do, as long as you spend 2 momentum on one of the tasks, you can do 2 tasks. Because they're not rolling as much, so there's no reason to get
Right.
super accurate here.
My thought is to keep working on the. Well, let's see.
A recommendation, Joe?
Speak.
Sensor contact with new information will allow me to make for more finer adjustments with multiple moving targets. Meta-wise, if we have more momentum, it's easier for me to pull off a big push like I did last time.
Right.
I must concur. It represents an undue security risk to move forward without knowing who is behind us.
That'll be reason science plus sensor science, difficulty 3, because of passive sensors.
If the Joe concurs, because if he doesn't, anyone who does anything is going to get shot.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yep.
Find out what you can.
Damn.
I would rather know if what we are looking at is a fellow Klingon Datach or a Romulan blade
do we have any momentum?
We're 0 out.
ready to
No.
stab us in.
No,
Zero
that's why
out.
they're
Alright.
having you do this.
Take a full meta threat because
Hell, that's one way.
hey, look,
Clay-
hey, look, I'm rolling a 15
No,
and
you
I
you are
reroll.
more Oda-like than anyone else who's rolled so far this episode. You're more in
Hey.
the subject mold.
Yeah, it's a Klingon game.
And you know, it takes two to tango. She could be Oda's grandmother. Oh, damn it. All right, so
Well,
that's
that's going to start some drama because I'm pretty sure Oda's. Oh no, that could. Sorry, Oda's great grandmother. We already know apparently who she's supposed to be. I thought you were trying to move in, and cause some bridge problems. But her grandmother, his grandfather, I don't even know is born yet.
Look,
anyways.
look, House Rasa needs to come from somewhere.
Ross has its own thing, darn you.
So that's 4 successes and 1 comp.
That is a comp.
Yeah, no, I rerolled a 0 into a comp.
Yeah.
Complication or threat.
I like to live bold. Give me a comp.
Oh God.
There's an unusual signal emitted. You open the shutters on one of the passive sensors a little too far, and someone is able, and it creates a slight energy reading. You're not. It's not enough that you're even sure it's done anything.
Yeah, well, I like my head being currently attached to my body, so I won't say anything about this.
That's responsible.
Yeah.
It's a great way to make sure your head stays attached to your body. Sure.
So that was, I believe, a total of 4 successes on a div 3, so 1 momentum gained.
Orta eats an interval. We didn't get enough momentum, I don't think.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It is another D4 scout cruiser.
I do also wish to raise the concern that this didn't move. It's just a trade
It
vessel.
didn't move
but it's
enough to
stopping
move a
this-
zone.
Oh, okay.
It's probably moving at
Thank
maneuver
you.
thruster speed.
Yeah, civilian ships don't move that fast because it's expensive.
Mhm.
Okay. So like it went from there to there the last time. I was like, it didn't go this time. Is that some? I'm the tactical officer. I'm supposed to be cautious of this shit.
Yeah,
So-
no,
It's
totally.
good to point out.
Yeah, she just says with these passive sensors, it's like using the smallest of kitchen blades to fell the greatest of beasts. I can only discern that it is some kind of D4 scout cruiser.
Even a small blade can cut 1,000 throats in a single night.
Haha. It's the line.
All right. Since you don't have any momentum, the interval is going to pass.
There's
And
one.
here
That's
in
not enough.
space.
Yeah,
And here in-
I bombed. My bad.
It's okay.
And here in space, Joe, the night goes on forever.
Exactly.
The hair will raise on the back of the tactical officer, and anyone who has any long-term experience in space, when a patrol ship turns back on its patrol rather than gently moving forward, and you don't actually lose contact like you expected with the other cruiser, because it comes in and the first thing it does is make an active ping.
Yes. It's like they are closing and hunting.
I will buy an extra dice for each of them because they're not actually coordinating it. This is more just like, hey, what's that? And they both are looking at the same time rather than.
They both noticed and went in rather
Right.
than reporting to each other.
They want to get to the glory first. I'm not reporting to you. I want to get it. If it's something. If it's nothing, we just wasted our time.
It's a bit from lower decks. They're scanning us.
Clearly something has alerted them.
Remedial training will begin once we're out of combat and out of mission.
I think they're still
This
short.
cruiser seems to turn away, but the severed hand sits there. And
They've still got
we're in a new go to the new interval. As they got 3 successes plus the trait created by the complication for 4 total.
Does Galen Cunning not raise our?
Excuse me.
Guile and Cunning. They they did not use any information or scanning from the con officer's actions. And I will reread it. I may be mistaken. I thought it specifically calls out that it's as a result of your actions rather than just a general increase.
When you attempt to remain
This
hidden,
is-
or for your actions to remain unnoticed, you add 1 threat to 1 difficulty of any task
Okay.
detect you or reveal
Reading on the
anything
first, I was going off of the second half for your actions to be remained unnoticed, but to the remain hidden part, I will take that.
Ooh, clutch.
Along with With cloak and slim sensor silhouette and rigged for silent running,
I
we
think we
should be
just-
at 5. Yeah.
We just barely sneak under.
Really made it go?
As they turn around, it's probably it just without even being told. Ojan just goes, "Nope, I'll stop," and just lets it drift for a second.
This is the tactical officer. One is veering away.
Go by me, go by me, go
The
by
other-
me, go by me.
The severed hand has given up, or is following a lead elsewhere. But they are hunting.
Well, so are we. Take us closer to our prey.
Joe, I request you to specify the prey in question. I know of at least 4 targets presently.
The station.
I wasn't asking you,
Yes.
sir. I give you a glare and rest my hand at my pistol.
That's a little bit of insubordination right there. He's the first officer.
I'm a Gintak. I'm more important than him. He just serves in the military.
Yeah, he's also
Yeah.
Rostai.
If you don't say
Well-
anything, if you do not say anything in response, doctor or first officer, it will be a ding.
Hang on. Yes. You dare question me?
A young man like yourself? Of course I do. And I was speaking with your Joe. And you rudely interrupted. So, you tell me, who is the one challenging? And I smile.
That would seem to be you.
Enough. You can duel when we are successful.
Hey, I was about to give you a roll to figure that out. He's a good Joe. He's been here before. He knows
Yes.
what happens when we keep trying to kill each other.
Yep.
On your order, Joe.
Mm.
Take
We do not need
advantage
to
of their
concern
patrol
ourselves
path.
with these guard targs. Our prey lies within the great house to the station.
Acknowledged, Joe.
Control con difficulty
And I'll assist again.
2.
Their patrol pattern is
Mm.
disrupted.
Mhm.
Take advantage of it if you can.
I'm certainly going to try.
It's even better because
That was totally a button
go
on
ahead.
thing to try to goad you into screwing up because I'm trying to advance.
Oh yeah.
I thought about butting in, but then I thought, wait a second. Either one of them dies, I win. So
Yeah.
I don't care who kills who.
I say nothing. I win out anyway.
The person who spoke up is the only person on the bridge who stands to lose. Is the Joe.
I will throw out a momentum to buy a die. Everything else applies. I'm gonna throw you a threat to add the difficulty for guile and cunning, because I have to keep doing that to maintain it.
Yeah, I was about to say, anytime you do something that could disrupt it, you're gonna have to spend. So
Yeah. Nah, I think we're good. Stiff 2. I can get this. See?
2
engine,
momentum gained, and we
draw,
need
Q-ship.
Yep.
Sweet.
4 momentum total gained,
I have
and
a
that is
score 5,
3 work before any
4,
other considerations are made.
and 5 with my +1.
So you added 2 additional work.
Yep.
You only need the slightest burst to get outside of this disturbed patrol pattern.
By the way, do we know the total number of intervals we have to accomplish this, or are we just sort of? Is this just to add kind of attention to the whole thing?
I imagine stuff is moving around on
Currently,
the GM
there's nothing that has put an end on the intervals. Something could happen that, and I'll tell you if something happens. But
Okay. I didn't know if you had given
as long
us a
as no
number
one
of
knows you're
intervals at the
here, it
top.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
the transmission you intercepted from the Romulans didn't say anything about
Timing or-
time and because that's hard to coordinate when you're moving ships across great distances. So
Right.
So when are Klingons known to be punctual?
so without momentum, a interval will pass.
Mhm. Let's keep going. There's nothing to see here. Just a lot of empty space.
Yeah, I say we keep plugging at the extended task.
Oh.
Here is where I will ask for another roll.
Uh-oh. Fitness command. Resist the urge to kill each other.
Oh boy.
Every day,
Yeah.
the roll gets harder.
That's why blood wine flows so readily.
Nope.
We have to put up with each
This
other.
one comes as we zoom into the bridge. And no, there's not a separate map for this. Of the IRW Les Valitres.
Oh.
That's my best shot. As a senior centurion turns to the commander and says, Commander Satev, an unusual disturbance in subspace in this sector. Klingons have altered their pattern, their patrol pattern, but seem to be returning to normal. But in my experience, they're just getting sloppy. It's not nothing. As you've actually learned, he actually can be over paranoid sometimes, and he likes to think that any disturbance needs to be investigated, which is why he's lived this long. But sometimes a good commander has to know when to take his word and when not to.
Quick survey. Is this house known for being overly jumpy? Or the Klingons in this area, to be more general.
House Dator is not known for it, but House Duras always seems to be looking over their shoulder because of things they've done.
Verify the scanning of what they're doing. They likely got... If there's anything there, they probably ran right over it at full speed.
Are you going to do this task, or are you going to let the crew do it?
I'm doing it. Why did I? Move away, please. I'm being nice, I'm asking. I'll scan that area, sure. I don't have a focus in it, but
Cool.
I'll give it a shot.
Sensors Science, difficulty 5.
Is this happening
Assisted
on the
by
Klingon
the ship.
bridge?
Sorry?
Is this happening on the Klingon bridge or the Romulan bridge?
This is Romulan Bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
I will note for, I guess, you and any other audience members. Last time we saw Satev, he was a doctor helping his squad of Tal Shiar escape from an imprisonment and stop a Cation plague from being inflicted upon Kate by the Imperial Navy or the Romulan Navy. He seems to have done well since that time.
so
Oh.
cool.
Do I spend from any pool to activate abilities or buy dice?
You would spin for momentum.
Okay. Well, I will give you a full met of threat because this is not my wheelhouse at all. Would strategy tactics help with this focus?
Um,
Under the auspice that I'd be familiar with cloak strategies.
I'll take it at complication
Certainly.
from that perspective that Romulan strategy does take cloaking into account, but it's a jump to say that this is even there's even a cloak involved here.
Yeah, it could be. They could be jumping at shadows for all I know. That's fair. Oh, I don't see that. Oh, do any of my talents fire?
The ship gives you
Oh.
2 successes if you get at least 1.
Thank you very much, ship. None of this applies. Bang. Well, that wasn't the soak who did that. That's
Damn it.
2 momentum gained.
I gained momentum for us.
Weird.
You
Yeah.
Yep, you have there is definitely a ship there. You're not sure what class. The Centurion, looking over your shoulder, says, "Commander, if you provide the data to my console, I'll match the
Get on-
signature."
Get on it.
He says, D7 type. Intelligence matches it to a ship manufactured only 1 year ago. This was a ship given by the Chancellor to House Subgita once they ascended to major status after throwing off House Dator. It seems like they got your message.
It's nice to know people can be competent without me supervising them. Does this suggest?
Huh?
Does this adjust our tactical layout plan? Is mission still a go with their? Have they been seen?
I don't think they have been intercepted. The only ship remaining in the area is still scanning, but not anywhere near the Dakchanaka.
Maintain running lock. Let's make sure. Let's see where they go. If they start running into things, I want to know before they do it.
Says,
Oh, they leaked the transmissions to him.
your plan might bear fruit, and maybe we won't have to deal with the Navy ourselves.
Let's not jump to conclusions. Steady on.
And the rest of the bridge continues dutifully. And now the severed hand will scan.
Go away, severed hand. Space over there is far more interesting. There's nothing here. It's very boring here.
They didn't see anything, but I am going to spend 2 threat.
I mean, they don't have to.
The captain of the severed hand is paranoid because he specifically was tasked with rear area security against Starfleet intelligence vessels during the war. And so, unlike other captains, he'll give it a second look. So he knows it's not, if something's here, it's not nothing. Because if it was nothing, he would have got it already. So he's going to put more effort into this. So I will spend 3 threat, 2 additional dice. And that makes the current difficulty still
It's still 5 because I tapped it again.
so it's 3 from the cloak. It's 1 from silent running, 1 from you, but brought down by 1 because of the complication.
And Slim Sensor.
Yeah, don't forget
Slim Sensor plus cloak is 4, right? Slim Sensor silhouette is 1. Oh, silent running is the thing that I'm forgetting.
5.
Which is separate from so that it is 5.
Goblin Cunning would make that 6 then, wouldn't it?
No, it does, but it's brought back down to 5 by the complication.
Got you. Yep.
Right. Is that still leaking?
It's not. It's not leaking. It's the
Wow.
reason. It's the thing that tells them there's something to look for.
Rolled 2 1s.
Wow.
What?
All right.
Guess we're doing this then.
This captain, his paranoia at dealing with Starfleet intelligence may cause this to go out of control. You receive who is at communications? Because y'all don't have a communications officer, do you?
Probably
Let's-
the lady of the house.
Security or-
Yeah.
Yeah. Engineering then? Yeah. Cool. We'll send Carly.
Then Sog Makara, you see an incoming transmission, standard identity request from the severed hand to a cloaked cruiser to acknowledge and identify. This doesn't. If you were approaching your own house's station, this is how cloaked. This is how you'd be talked to. So it's not like a guard pointing a rifle at you and say, "Hey, stop." This is just like a guard noticing someone just passed them really quickly and saying, "Can I see your papers?"
Papers.
Makate Joe, they have seen that we are here, but they do not know who we are as of yet. They are querying us.
Let's see. Don't suppose we know the appropriate response.
Um,
Could we spoof the
I will
navigation
take-
code of another ship?
I will take a insight security from whoever wishes to lead, and I'm only going to make it difficulty 3 because of the sensor officer suggestion, which is kind of in the right direction.
I'm rocking a 13 on this.
I shouldn't be doing this.
14. Possibly
so.
not a focus, but
I do have a focus in deception.
That would definitely apply.
see, I don't have any such dishonorable focuses.
Look, I am. Let's put it this way. I am the Zhou's second in command, and here among the stars, none scream as I do.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that blade cuts both ways, brother.
Yeah.
So
But
yeah,
if
it sounds
assisting,
like
I do have coordinated efforts, but otherwise I don't have a focus.
This is someone trying to think quick, so I don't think coordinated efforts would apply.
If I was assisting someone, I said potentially, but yeah.
Or
I've got a 13, and maybe I could
assist me.
leverage a focus, but yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
and
you.
actually, I think the best person to assist you would be the Zhou, because you have
Yeah,
a
because you get yeah. Yeah, because Joe, you'd get to re-roll your assist.
because you're
Yeah.
his blood brother. Yeah.
Yeah, you two should be helping each other.
Uh.
Strategy and tactics or politics for a focus?
Since you're assisting, I'll take strategy and tactics.
Okay.
Oh, you also have a politics focus.
He is a show.
Oh yeah. I'm a Joe on the make.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Starfleet captains can kind of get to their position by being apolitical. Klingon captains, absolutely not.
No. Yeah, you got to know how to play the. You got to know how to play the
Court
council
politics,
game.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm just looking to see what I
You're also
got.
the head
what
of
do
the
I got?
house.
Uh-huh. And you said the diff is 3.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do something very risky.
What?
I'm not going to buy any extra dice.
Oh no.
You know what
Oh,
happens
you
when
do.
you do this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I still have values and such, but
Yeah,
That's fair.
it's okay. Yeah.
See?
I'm gonna need to spend that.
This happens every
Yeah,
time you don't
yeah.
buy a
This
die.
happens
knew it.
every time.
Every
I felt
time.
it in my bones. I knew it.
People who are watching this, and this is your first series you're watching, previous series with this player, every damn time he doesn't
Right.
buy extra dice, and it's critical, zeros and a comp. The
Yeah.
probability of that.
And every time
No.
I say what I'm about to say now, always buy a die.
So,
It's
could
so
I
cheap.
perhaps spend to the value? Today is a good day to live another day.
Yes.
What kind of Klingon are you?
I don't
My-
know what our backstory
Yeah.
is where we became blood brothers, but I'm really curious now.
Yeah.
Look, when you stop an assassin, sometimes you're the one who had to send it first.
There you go.
There we go.
Your build is intelligence officer, bro.
Yeah. Okay, so I hit the diff 3.
You did.
So guess what?
What?
Guess what?
Gain 3 momentum.
Self-reliant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's why you
whenever
did
I
it.
succeeded whenever I succeeded a task where I didn't buy extra dice with momentum or threat, I generate bonus momentum equal to the task difficulty.
Bonus, sorry.
Huh.
So
Wow.
3 bonus.
Yep.
Okay. So you hear the suggestion from the sensor officer and think, actually, although House Duras might be known for being paranoid sometimes, they're not actually a house central to the Empire or the KDF's intelligence apparatus. They're much more politically focused. They're only paranoid because of their political activity, right? So they aren't known for having rigorous security protocols. So you might be able to spoof a code if you have intercepted any of their transmissions recently. The thing that the show adds to that is that it's kind of a gamble, but before the war, the show remembers that the House cruiser Tensal was out here, and it's not a command ship, so it's not going to be at the center of a fleet, and it's not a new ship, so it's not going to be one of the ones they're trying to get rid of. So if you're going to make this play, you're going to have to find a recently intercepted transmission. Then you're going to have to derive a spoofed code from it, and you'll have to respond that the only ship that you know that could be out here but is not one of the ships in this system right now would be that other cruiser.
So I have to figure out what that other cruiser is, like now,
No, you know,
or I'd have to figure out what its code is, like now.
you'd have to figure out a reasonable code that could pass a first look.
Okay. What would that roll be?
You
Yes.
have questions if you want to ask it.
Yep. Would I be able to spend 2 of that bonus momentum to create a trait that we have a registry of some codes that we could choose from to narrow it down, so we're not like trying to go through all the possible codes it could be. We have like
We'll take
a couple
2
hundred.
for the trait. Um,
Just juggling it around. The trait. That's all I heard.
I was typing it up.
Oh.
Now that Subgita is a major house, though not a great house, in service to the Chancellor, the Zhou recently made a big deal about being included in the KDF's counterintelligence efforts, and so your house ship has a highly restricted KDF counter intel databank, which has all the latest signal interception.
Good. I must pull up the latest signal intercepts, and what do we have here? What would be the
Settle down,
You still have one
TOS
bonus
Koloff.
momentum.
yes, yeah,
That was-
yeah. Look, I'm your Starscream. I don't know what you want me to say.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That
no,
was
You guys
their
can
other
make each
trigger.
other scream all you want behind closed doors.
I think the
Oh, it's
Joe
not-
has a thing to say about that. This is her right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anywhom, so there is a question to be asked. Does anyone have any suggestions? Like,
Why are you
add a
first
character?
officer?
What is wrong with you clinically?
Come
And
on, we're
what
open to
wise?
questions that move the game forward.
Okay, this
I think it
question
moves
is
it
based off
forward.
of what action? Of
You and the first officer putting together that the only way to get out of, or a great way
bluff
to get
them.
out of this is to spoof a reasonable code and respond that you are the house ship Tinsel.
okay.
I think we might just let it go if we know what we need to know.
Yeah, I have a
You
bonus
can also spend one
momentum.
from the table to add another trait or something, or let it go. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I think the question is, what's the actual task going to be to determine the thing? Because
It will
that'll-
be daring security. Oh no, it'll be present security, because even though you have to do it fast, the more important thing is, can you sell it? So
Mhm.
present security posed by the ship's captain.
I'd be rocking a 15 for that.
Okay, I think that's you.
And I will say that his trait, the complication I created, that he has the trait paranoid, will give him a
Mhm.
hit here.
In which case, I will spend my other bonus and one more to create to increase the potency of my trait.
Hmm.
I would need a different trait because
Mm,
the database
okay.
can only help you so much when you actually have
Yeah.
to sell it to him. You have a good code now, but that's not the thing that's holding you back the most. The thing that's holding you back the most is can you sound over comms like what they expect to hear?
Okay. Oh, here's a question then. For a momentum information spend, what do you think they're expecting to hear? Like what was the what?
Well-
Oh, here's the question. What was the Tensal's mission? What is it actually supposed to be doing?
I mean, honestly, if it's moving through a system under cloak, it's not going to explain itself too much besides, we are
Mhm.
this ship.
Without
Fuck off.
someone suggesting a way in which they have familiarity with House Duras, I would have to say you don't know for sure what their interhouse greeting is.
You want me to roll this then? Because I could bring in politics.
I have it too.
Okay.
I think the
I have
best
to-
thing is to just say that, we're here. The house sent us quietly to observe the
Yes.
transaction and make sure it goes well.
Yeah,
Something
The
like that.
only way I could think of me possibly knowing it is just knowing Klingon traditions. Duras is an old enough house that I might happen to know historically what they say to each other in their tales, in their lore songs. But that's a stretch.
It's not. Yeah, that's too far because it's not
Yeah,
like
yeah.
asking what's like their traditional like house greeting. It's more like how do Duras captains greet each other when they come across each other? Do they snipe at each other? Are they cordial? Right.
A
It's
cultural
more
thing, yeah.
of like that.
Yeah, no, I'd have no reason to work with Duras.
Okay. Then I might
Either
just
way.
have to let my bonus momentum slip.
Yep, it happens.
Yeah.
All right.
Either way, don't over-explain ourselves.
Yep.
All right. So
showing
this
another
is
lack in your
present security opposed by their captain.
I'm gonna
Um,
spend all 3 momentum.
All right. The ship is not.
Oh, now you're buying dice.
assisted
Yes.
here.
Can someone assist him? Could I assist him with my knowledge of computer algorithms to help structure a code for him?
Like, here's a believable looking code.
Mm-hmm. If-
No, because he already has a trait that's
Okay.
that's handled that the difficulty related to that.
Then could the
I
captain assist him? Yeah.
right? Yeah. Could
You
Mokdai
can
assist
assist with
him?
presence command is like
Yeah.
knowing
Knowing how a captain talks to another
knowing how to
captain.
sound like a
Yeah.
like a captain.
A thing that
This
our
is the
first
T.
doesn't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. Present security. Deception focus.
Yes.
Cool.
Nasty.
Hey, you made him your blood brother. I'm older. I've known you longer.
I didn't do anything. I was just, you got nobody else wanted to play the part.
You didn't do
Well,
nothing.
Artemis had the
You,
opportunity, but
you, like
no.
burned a candle with him in like a dark room and like said some words to each other. Like
Stop.
There's lost screaming.
no, that is a
involved.
literal description of what happens.
Yep.
Worf did the ceremony with that kid.
You get
Yeah.
to re-roll that.
Yep. You get to reroll that, Joe, because
Complications for my side.
Thank God.
Nice.
So
well,
they-
and I had a
Last
trade on the
learner?
board. Well, and I had
Kalis
a trade
is
on the
God.
board anyway.
He is not
So
gone.
the
How dare
trade's
you?
canceled.
He's in the hearts of all
7.
Klingons.
you got 7 to his 5, so 2 momentum gained.
Wait.
And you get the response. Back. Your presence was unexpected, but far be it from me to disagree with the orders of the show. Proceed.
Did not ask.
The
for
Nasale
permission.
Act.
And they will
And
move off.
and as the law returns to his spot, he just again says, all those teeth cannot beat a silvered tongue.
Yes, you are quite good at imitating the language of the Duras Pataks.
I give you a look like,
Ma-
uh-oh.
This is another situation where y'all put him in where he'll get a ding if he doesn't snipe back at you.
Brother, you may have more. May have more duels to fight than you know what to do with after this mission. I say with a glare around the bridge.
Besides, it's supposed to go to me first. I look over at you and nod at the sensor operator, like, hold on, I'm the one who outranks you. You're supposed to kill me first, then you kill him.
She gives you a rare apologetic look, like the words came out of her mouth before she thought about it.
I
I
can
can
see.
see. I can
She has to
see
kill
why-
2 people before she gets there. No, 3.
I can see why House Mormed is not around in the future.
Orders, Joe.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Dang, so hard.
Take us closer to the battle station.
Acknowledged. Advancing.
All right. Difficulty 2, Control Con, assisted by Ship's Engines Con.
I'm gonna die. I'll give you a threat and 1 more to buy 2 dice. I don't want to hang around. I don't like buying threat, but that was pretty close. I don't want to stick around here anymore.
Bygone game. Get into it, brother.
Hey, I am Brestjot. We are the calm breath on the fires of Sugita, because you keep picking fights all the time. I mean, sorry. That's fine. It's perfectly fine.
Sounds
Yes,
like a fancy
That's
way
why
to
we
say
were
it.
at Collis's right hand.
Well, you know, someone had to be there.
Oh boy.
But
So
we were.
I'm going to shoot the Joe. This is the roll. I shoot him with my con. I think I hit.
Getting
Uh-huh.
absolutely mogged afterwards.
Yes. Oh, I won, and I'm dead. Well.
Get your head lopped off of the
3,
bat left.
4, 5 momentum gained.
More than? Because I got an assist apparently.
No, 5. Well, not 5 success, 5 momentum gained.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry, 6 momentum gained. Sorry, it's diff 2.
And I got a float because I did a helm thing.
So before anything else, you do 12 work. Part of the breakthrough is that you move 1 closer. The mechanical change though.
Wait, shouldn't we be at 15 currently? And then we did before the roll.
Before the roll, I had you at work track 9,
9.
and then you got up to 12 here.
We've done 5 2 times,
Yeah, but the resistance was 2 both times,
and then I bought it.
so
up.
it would only be 6 work, and then you spent extra to get from 6 to 9.
Okay.
So the first
No,
time, I
we
think
bought from 3
bought
work
1
up to
extra
5.
progress to get from 3 work to 4 work, and then the next time you did another 3 work, and you bought 2 work to add 5 to the 4 to get 9
I thought he
total.
did that. I thought he did that both times.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
did
he
I.
got.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, he
both
did.
times.
He did 2 both times.
Yeah.
Because he
Yeah,
had that talent or that whatever it was that
Okay,
gave him
yeah.
the freebie.
Helm officer gives it to you. 'cause
The second
you're-
edition was the Helm Officer one, which was added in later.
Yeah.
Or not later, but
That's why every time my turn
yeah.
comes around, I spend through all the momentum and then had 1. Last time we ended up with an extra momentum because we actually happened to have more momentum than I needed.
That would change it from having 12 to having 13.
Right,
And would, because I haven't taken into account what you've spent yet. I know you're going to spend some now to increase it from 13 to something else.
13.
I was going to tell you what the
14.
breakthrough was before you did that, though.
Okay, sorry.
Because if I missed that and you had 10, you should have gotten the breakthrough last round.
Yeah.
But we're going to ignore that because it would have changed everything that happened.
Yeah. Reese.
So the breakthrough is the additional trait Battle Station Sensor Net. You are now within the Battle Station's sensors range itself.
Okay.
And that's going to put the diff back up by 1.
Okay. So buying 1, 2, 3. 3
So
more.
that would take you from 13 to 16. I believe that also gets you another breakthrough.
Zoom.
Neum.
Meow.
Stay all the way behind me, Severed Hand. Stay right back there. I'm not anywhere near you. Leave me alone. Stop scanning me. Mutter, mutter, mutter.
What? Tuesday night games?
Hmm?
Your last breakthrough is Heart of the Beast 2. Diff goes up by 2 more, as on passive sensors alone, you are surrounded by large contacts.
Yeah, she's going to say, I'm detecting sensor contacts all in front of us, sir.
In Khan, you are merely 5,000 kilometers from minimum low power transport range.
We're still just short. I need another burst, Joe. If we want to be able to teleport over.
I might be able to get us from here. GM, I do have the Transporter Chief talent, which does say it can make otherwise impossible transporter tasks possible.
I might let me look at that. It's talents engineering, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a 2E thing. They added that. That's pretty cool,
Yeah.
though. That's how they
Yeah.
do the
I mean, most
Scotty
of the
thing.
talent- yeah, most of the talents. If I can find it. Okay, there it is.
And, oh, there it is. Ah.
Okay, it doesn't say that you can it doesn't quite say it the way you phrased it, but I might still accept that.
Because you can pull the difficulty down by 2, so something that
It
would
does say you can, and it does say to achieve outcomes that few could manage and stuff, but it doesn't say you could make impossible tasks possible.
Yeah,
Because it's right now it's not a diff like
impossible
a diff
has a
6 or
specific
something
meaning
like
in
that.
the
It's
system,
that the
which-
work has to
yeah.
be completed.
Mm-hmm.
But I will allow the last bit of the work track to be completed by a transport task rather than a maneuver task because of the wording on that talent.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah. Cool.
Meaning you still have the difficulty of 5. You're adding an extra difficulty because you're not going to a pad, so you are taking this to div 6, which would be impossible. But you may give me 2 threat to reduce it down to div 4.
I will do that. So diff 4, what's the task roll?
It is a standard transport task roll.
Is this an actual beam or just to complete the work trap on the approach?
Yes.
Okay, so we
Your sensor,
Oh.
your engineering officer here is offering to modify the transporters to exceed the normal low power beam. So they're going to try to beam you there without exceeding, without using too much power, so you get detected. So they're covering the gap that normally the con officer would have to get you closer. So they are finishing the last of the distance and doing a beam task. So it's going to complete the work track rather than be a separate task, which is why they have such a high difficulty, because they're trying to complete the extended task as well.
right. We should probably figure out where we want to beam to then.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Station?
Where is that?
Oh, that big center one is.
We don't
That's it.
know. I've
That is
not
a good.
scanned
That is
anything yet.
It is very likely. It is somewhere around that big thing.
Right.
Huh?
In front of you.
Huh? Yeah, yeah.
Agreed.
Right.
Look, I didn't say this was necessarily a good idea. I said I could
Okay.
do it.
How many troops can you beam at once? How many troops do we
6.
have?
Standard transporter task can take 6 people.
Okay.
I think the tactical officer has an ability to make security teams cheaper.
Yes.
So that reminds me that we are playing on a ship big enough to have such a thing. So a security team or an engineering team is possible. I will limit your number of transporters to 4 active pads on a ship this size.
Okay.
Especially since this is not a Starfleet vessel, this is a Klingon warship that is practiced in boarding. So 4 rather than 2 seems appropriate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but I get a little stomach ache. Well, you're a Klingon. You have multiple stomachs. You'll be fine.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if we want to try and do this sort of stealthily with just a small group of us, because I don't think we probably are carrying enough troops to actually carry everything by force.
No. Also, don't
Probably
forget
not.
we need to bring my Targ.
Well, but also remember,
course.
one of your hopes is to capture a ship, which is going to be hard to like start engines and actually undock with like 3 people.
Right.
It might be that we don't do this transporter task.
Well, we could do it,
But-
and once we establish.
Well, the transporter task is coming either way. The question is, do you push the transporters to not have to get so close, or do you finish this last impulse bit and then transport on a much easier footing, like a div
I'm definitely
1
fine
task?
to do an easier one, or to do the harder task.
Do we want to see if maybe we can get through passive sensors a better look at what is around us and what's at the station?
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why don't
Yeah,
we
so let's do that.
I was going to suggest that.
All right.
Sensors,
Re-
very carefully. What do you see?
reason, science, difficulty 4, 1 increase because of passive sensors. And although all of these other cruisers and stuff aren't going to have powerful enough sensors to really watch for someone using passive, the battle station does. So the battle station sensor net is increasing you from 3 to 4 here.
Okay. Technical expertise,
they
what?
like
Go ahead.
right. They have a sensor score that's just like twice
Mhm.
than like because stations just have stupid high stats.
Hmm.
So
Okay. Could I spend my determination on the value soldier in the information war?
yes.
Okay. Now I have the trait or the talent superior ambition, which is when you spend your determination, you may add 3 threat in order to gain 2 benefits from spending that determination instead of
Oh,
1.
okay. When you asked that, I didn't realize you were asking. Could you make it from a Klingon from the first edition of the game?
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Yeah, that talent's not available.
That's my bad. That's my
Or
bad.
everybody would have it. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
That was my fault.
sorry, I did not catch what you were asking when you asked that. But I can help you find real quick a talent to replace it with.
Oh, don't worry about it, because I would feel cheating to replace it with a different talent useful in this scenario. That was
No,
my
you're
fault
gonna
because
want
I'm
to
a-
because otherwise you're gonna
It's like a
be.
reasonable
I'm not
thing
gonna
to
hamstring
do.
you for the rest of the game because we made a
okay.
mistake. And I'm not actually suggesting any talents that are good in this situation. I'm just telling you which other ones make sense for a Klingon.
Mhm,
For a Klingon who shares a culture with House Subgita, you're looking at either killer instinct or warrior spirit. For a Klingon who has a very traditional sense, who's more cunning, um, more politically minded, more deceptively minded, you're looking at the talents guile and cunning, which help you remain hidden, and wary, which allow you to re-roll when you try to detect an enemy. So
mhm.
I think wary actually
I was gonna say,
either wary or guile and cunning would be helpful for you here.
I think
But that would
wary
be
makes
firmly
the most
establishing
sense.
that you're closer to being like Corbinian's character here than Inslee's character.
That's fine.
Okay, so did you take any other 1E talents?
Nope. Well,
Okay.
it's not the fault of 1E. It's the fault that they used the online character generator and didn't think to double check the talents were from the 2E book.
Okay. So
So none of my other talents are even species talents. But yeah.
so gunning and guile and cunning is going to help you avoid being detected here. Wary is going to help you make this easier for you to get an answer. So
I went with wary.
okay. So you get a D20 reroll here.
2 technically because of expertise. Anyways.
Okay.
Okay, reason science.
I still assume we're doing the determination spend.
Yes.
Okay.
It's still useful. Do we have any momentum?
1.
Okay, 1 momentum, 5 threat, rolling 4, and then getting 2. Okay, re-rolling that 0. That's a 1. Hey, computer, do you want to re-roll your 18? Because
Yeah, because
the
that's a complication right now because your impulse speed.
It's not a complication
technical
now.
expertise. Yeah, it's not a comp. So technical expertise should work. Okay.
Yep. You pulled it away from being a comp.
So that's 5 successes on a diff 4.
Very good. Very good.
1 momentum gained. And
Nice.
point at the zone you're scanning, and I'll tell you everything in that zone. And then
What
you
zone
guys,
is the station in?
it
Is it in all 4?
I will not answer that without you pointing to a zone.
So let's to iterate.
but
This
there's
center one
one-
is it scannable from all 4 sectors?
Yeah, that's my question. I'll phrase it like that.
Because I think scanning here you'd go bing bing bing.
Yeah, I'm relying on the description of the sensor action, which points out scanning a zone, not a specific object.
Yeah, but this
Um,
object does not appear to clearly be in a zone, so I'm unclear what zone this object is in.
Yeah, because this may qualify as I'm in all 4 of these zones because I happen to be at a perfect intersection of zones. Or, like this thing here, is also straddling 2 different zones.
Yeah, no. Everything you're saying is correct. My only thing I'm hanging on is I don't know if I should answer that before you pick a zone, because you're
I'm
not
picking this
scanning a
zone.
specific object, you're scanning a zone.
Well, the question
If
that's
it
being
does
asked...
overlap, then if you think it overlaps, then picking one zone isn't likely to miss the station, but it might miss other things.
Yeah, well, without asking which one's specifically the station, it's like if she scans this zone, it gets these 3, but not these guys because they're in different zones. Because it's scanning everything
Yeah.
that connects to this,
Okay,
right?
that's reasonable.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
Okay, then I'm scanning this zone.
because it's the one we're in. It's the one we care about the most.
It's the one we're in.
Okay,
Yeah.
It
that
has the
narrows
most stuff in
because
it.
I wasn't for a second on that ping. I was like, I don't know if I actually caught which zone that was in. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Why are things being weird? Discord, stop fighting me. Oh, it's because somebody did South Park.
It will never stop fighting you.
Oh god, collision course. We're all dead.
We just dock.
That
with
is
the
what you
station.
get for free from your scan. You see a unmarked D7 with no house identification, a Romulan warbird, and battle station. Whose name I did not forget again.
Good.
We
You
can
shouldn't
steal
forget
the
things
war
like that.
board.
Glory of Victory, I think. Yeah, Glory of Victory.
We can capture the warbird.
Glory of War?
Glory of War, that's it.
Then the extended
Glory
task.
of War.
Okay.
Yeah,
I-
and she's going to say, immediately I have found at least one unmarked D7, one unknown Klingon bird of prey, and one very large space station. Okay, one free question. I would like to learn what this thing is.
Has to be about the zone we're looking at.
Oh, does it have to be? Okay,
Yeah.
that's my bad. Okay, one free
Oh
question.
no.
Oh, you can
that
scan an
was an
extra zone.
alteration.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's what I
that
thought.
was an alteration I decided to make earlier, which was you could either ask specific information about something you scanned in here, or see what's in an additional zone.
Sorry, my bad. Sensors.
You're okay.
This is quite obviously a D7 with a command bridge modification.
I'm detecting to our stellar east what is clearly the command ship of a house. Okay, I'm going to spend our one momentum, and that gives me 2 questions. One question: can I determine from the scan the name of this ship and its registry?
Is it Duras or is it?
It's button on the whole time. Haha. No.
You really want to spring a trap that's like 150 years in the future.
Yeah, that's
Right.
way too soon. They don't get disloyal for a while.
That is the house ship Tamleth, the house ship of House Dator.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey.
Is the house
Nice to see
ship
you guys again.
Tamleth? And I assume Romulan ships, like, would it be a reasonable ask for me to learn the identification of this Romulan ship, or
No.
no? That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Then
This is
I
the
have-
first time anyone except for maybe the captain, the first officer, have ever seen one.
So
I have a second question. Could I ask about, this might be a different role, but could I ask about the suitable beaming on point on the station? Because I know that's what someone else was talking about.
It's worth asking. 100%
Or-
worth asking.
or you could see if either of those D7s are, you probably only do one, but we're looking for a ship with a cloaking device on it.
Isn't that the
Good point.
Romulans
All
bringing
of
it?
these ships are going to have a cloaking device. You're looking
Right,
for a
right.
specific advanced cloaking device.
Right.
You thinking maybe the Rom Bird? It would have one. I don't think give. Well, then maybe that's one they're giving.
Well, yeah,
well, and
because
don't-
the whole trade theoretically is 2 D7s for an advanced cloak.
Yeah, so
and
would you expect that cloak to already be installed?
Well, I mean, they're not going to. Right. I mean, probably not. They're probably going to take the D7s somewhere else and install it. So yeah, probably the Romulan vessels
The
were
D7s are being given to the Romulans.
right. So
And
they
then-
probably
And then the Romulans are giving the Klingons a advanced cloak.
right. So it seems to me that that's the most likely ship to have the advanced cloak on it if it's
Oh.
already been transferred to a ship.
A different way to ask the same question, because it's related to the scan you just did. In the area in the areas we've scanned, is there an advanced cloak present?
Sure. In the area of scans, is there an advanced cloak present?
Because we cover multiple targets that way.
Well, nicely done.
Slick.
Hey, I used to be a sensor operator, so I had to figure out how to ask questions like that. You should know.
I was a sensor operator too.
Well, you know.
Science is probably the thing I've done the least of. Maybe
I'm
Dawn.
It's fair, yeah.
going to for you to have any information on anything about this cloak, I'm going to need, because you have to know what you're scanning.
You have to know what you're looking
Like,
for.
what is this? What science does engineering device put out? To justify that, I will ask Commander Satev.
Oh.
You need to create a trait that represents that you passed on information to the Klingons about the cloak, but not enough that they could build it, because you don't actually want the cloak to fall into their hands. Or if Satev might not want to take that risk, in which case they wouldn't be able to scan for it. They'd have to find it physically.
Anything to help the Klingons out. They aren't as educated as we are, so we kind of, any help they can get is helpful to them. And besides, they're not gonna be smart enough to figure out the details anyway, so I don't have to worry too
I was
much.
going to say, the same vein does have the, and they're not going to be smart enough to fix it either.
Yeah. Thinking Presence Command to ferret out an idea of wording it in such a way that it'll help them, but not enough to give it away.
I'll take that in a focus in linguistics if that's your approach.
Yep, that's the line I'm going for. Boop, ba-doop. What's diff 2, I'm presuming? Bird trait.
I'll
weird-
put this up to diff 2.
Weird
Okay.
questions.
Diff 3. Sorry, I will spend 2 to increase the difficulty here to diff 3. Basically introducing the complication / trait that your fleet information security officer has fought you tooth and nail on telling them anything more than what was in the original communication. And so you really not only do you have to provide information to the house, but also you have to do it in a way that your the information security officer for the local Tal Shiar fleet doesn't know you did it.
So
Okay.
in that case, can we assist? Because we would have had to suss that out of the message.
I'll allow the who did we have do communications last time? The tactical officer?
No, it's the lady of the house.
The
Yep.
engineer, yeah. I'll allow them to make a insight engineering assist.
Sweet.
I would actually like to invoke a value.
Okay.
The law does not care about the smallest things. This is a minor breach, but there are larger concerns at play.
Yeah. So I've breached a little bit of the information security protocols. I'm trying to prevent the Navy from giving away our greatest strategic asset at the moment.
Yeah.
That might be more important.
Yeah. I'll give you a threat to buy a die, because why not?
Oh.
Oh wait, I'm only rolling 2 anyway. Oh, bang. That's 4 on my end.
And the assist.
Right, that's me, right?
Yep.
All right.
Insight engineering.
Insight engineering.
Anything to do with linguistics or cloaking? If not, it's not too critical because they did already succeed.
Yeah, I don't think so here.
Okay.
Closest I had was ship design and construction.
Okay. 1 momentum gained. Um, if it was activated for a test, you expect a suspicious lack of gravimetric readings in an isolated area. Like it'll look that there's absolutely nothing, not the station, not any ships affecting, like having a small, minute gravitational pull in an area. Like it'll just look like there's absolutely zero gravitational influence from anywhere in a small area.
I have a question, just real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had to step aside for a sec. That did we recently fail a check somewhere?
No, not recently.
Okay.
Oh yeah, backup plans.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm a little schemer.
This justifies the momentum spend earlier.
Hooray.
What do I know?
Not in the zone you scanned.
Cool. So
However, I was unable to find any traces of a cloaking device in this immediate vicinity.
3 down.
You could also spend the momentum you have to ask about this zone.
Oh,
Because
do
you've
we have
already
another momentum?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah, I'll spend that momentum. I don't know if Studious triggers for every momentum you activate.
Maybe per momentum, yeah, because you're doing one
What does it
momentum.
say?
Yeah, one or more momentum. Okay. So that's another 2 questions. So this zone. And another question. What's the name of this ship?
Well, actually, just as a suggestion, since just in case that one doesn't have what we're looking for, you might ask, do you see
Okay.
that gravimetric gap in this zone, or this zone?
Okay.
No, it's in total, not per momentum spent on a information. So you get one
Oh.
additional question
Okay,
because
which I've
you
already
spent
asked. Okay.
to ask.
Oh,
You don't
okay.
get one per.
Darn.
So, but you still do get the one you just spent for. So what was the question?
Do I detect the signal in the zone?
It's not in that zone.
Okay.
4 down.
It must be on the transverse side of this station. Or there's already less of the system.
We made really good time. I don't think they've had a chance to either. We're ahead of them, or it's still
Oh.
here.
An interval will pass.
Joe, a
Okay.
suggestion?
A question, Commander Satev.
Okay.
The Centurion reports that the Doctrinaka has entered close proximity to the station. Do you want to deploy any support or continue to allow them to move forward?
Monitor for now.
He says, farewell, the support freighter with the additional security personnel. I'll have them hold.
Screw this up, Sipgita. Just find
So-
the damn thing.
So it's back to you.
A suggestion, Joe?
Go ahead.
Speak.
We may wish to verify where the cloak is, rather than before we beam over to any others. We still have at least 5 contacts that could be possible, including that free trader that's going away.
Agreed. But let us start with the closer contacts. In what is that, quadrants 1 and 4? Is that how that works? I don't know. Here.
Yeah, you mean,
That
yeah.
time.
Here.
Okay. That's recent science difficulty 4, assisted by the ship's sensor science.
That's quadrant 1 and 2, actually.
And you would need to pick either that quadrant or that quadrant sensor operator.
Ba-ba.
So I'm rolling sensors again.
Yes.
Okay.
You want 1 or 2?
This
Okay.
quadrant. I mean, I don't think I can do 2 quadrants unless I get momentum.
It's
No,
true,
that's
yeah.
the question. Do you want to do quadrant 1 or quadrant 2?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I zoned out.
okay.
Which
Least the
one am
people
I
that listen to me.
doing?
Upper left or upper right of the station?
Upper left.
Okay.
Okay, difficulty 4 again.
Yep.
I don't have a determination, so either Captain, could you give me determination, or could you assist or something? Or anyone assist?
We don't have any momentum, so I can't direct, but what are you rolling? You don't want me rolling science.
No, I was asking for an assist. I'm definitely the best for the main roll.
Right. But that's what I'm saying.
Reason
Even has
science
an assist.
15.
Yeah, even as,
Can I
But-
assist with reason engineering, like
Yes.
helping fine tune the passives?
There you
Awesome.
go. See, Joe
Take a
is
full
helping.
minute of threat. Yeah. Technical expertise fires does applied research fire because on the grounds that I've already been scanning for this exact piece of technology in this system
On
before.
that, I'll take it. Yes.
Okay, so you get one less threat. And does wary fire this time?
Yes.
Okay, so I get 2 rerolls. Okay, that I don't need.
And
All
the
right.
ship. And okay. That is 6 successes.
Sweet.
And you would think it's worth having the ship reroll because it's just going to comp. Um,
Wait, I gave way
That's
too
2
much.
momentum gained.
I don't know why I gave us 6. Sorry, my brain.
No, it's wishful thinking, maybe.
There is another unmarked D7.
another unmarked D7, and I'll spend 1 momentum to scan this zone.
Your freebie anyway.
Oh yeah, that's true. I do get a free question.
And I will say that both of these sectors have a signal. So you actually think it's pretty close to the middle of them.
What?
Did you
Could mean it's
ping
on the
that or
station.
something on
what
the
you're
map?
looking for is kind of straddles the line inside the station.
Yeah. Then she's going.
Right.
So I
Like
can be
here.
pretty reasonable in deducing that the cloak is inside the station.
Yes.
She's going to
On
say,
I will
Mhm.
say for obtain information, I could give even more specific information.
sure. So I'll spend that 1 momentum we have for obtaining information. I get 2 questions. One of them will be where aboard the station.
It's on the 2nd level. It
I have
coordinates with docking and cargo transfer.
I have deduced that it is not aboard any of the ships, but rather is upon the transverse side of the station upon the 2nd level in the docking and cargo bay. And then she's going to spend her last momentum on obtaining information. Where is a quiet spot on the ship that could be used as a beaming location in this in say this sector?
oh, there's that too.
In
It?
that sector. There might because there's a ship docked, and if you don't think there are any recent docking activities, you could go to the docking control room. Or if you don't think there's any likely cargo transfer going on, you could go to cargo bay 1.
I'm going to guess that the ship did not recently dock and say it is highly likely that the docking control room aboard the station in Sector 3 would be quiet enough for a beam in.
That room is small enough that it would be a very tight fit for just one beaming squad. You're not going to get additional personnel in that room.
Right. Makara, do you think you could beam the cloaking device out?
If we could get a solid pinpoint on its location, I certainly could.
If we got aboard the station, we could attach transport enhancers to the device. I imagine that would make it easier.
The path
I
to
don't know
glory
that
is
there
not
are.
paved with easiness.
Make things possible.
That may be more of a concern, yes. Nod.
Yeah, as she looks at you like, you know, you just said something dumb.
Oh, someone's going to be writing lines from the words of Kalis next shift.
All right. Let me look at my crew for a second.
Oh. We're all very good looking.
He's going to spend the most time just staring at one particular person on his crew, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, if he's staring at anyone else a lot,
Well,
he's
you
about
know,
to kill them.
in
Mhm.
this day and age, she's even in like a mini skirt, so it gets better and better.
I will point out, because this is not our main crew, not our main characters. You don't have supporting characters ready to go, which means I'm not likely to have 2 areas active at once. You can assume in a meta nature that the adventure expects you all to be in one place, because we do not have a good way to bounce back.
Oh,
We just assume we've got a competent enough crew to take the bridge, and
Yeah, we would have to. I mean, if
Yep.
you really wanted to, I would allow. I mean, I'm not going to stop you from leaving anyone behind, but that would be to say, don't expect to succeed in a combat when most of your characters are away. Like, don't leave 1 or 2 characters behind because you want to cover yourself in a combat, because
Mhm.
it would be too punishing for me to put you in that situation, because we're not. There's no way we were going to make supporting characters for tonight, so you don't have anyone to take over tactical.
right. So I mean,
Yeah, like,
what
I
I
think-
was honestly planning on doing was or thinking about doing was sending somebody, maybe a couple people with security teams to take a ship, while a smaller group of us went in to secure the.
Okay, that's more. Yeah, that's more. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Well, you do have 2 potential beaming locations, and docking and cargo are on the same level.
Yeah. I think the only consideration for leaving someone behind is actually me, if we want like the potential for
Because you've got a
tactical
beam.
transporting as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could do that. It also kind of makes sense that there's probably no one that Joe would trust more with the house ship.
Right. Yeah.
To stab him in the
Yeah,
back.
you know?
Because this would be a great time for a first officer who wants to be a captain to decide that the Joe's effort is lost and we can't rescue him. We gotta retreat.
Turn the ship around
Mhm.
and leave the system at full speed. What about the captain? He's sitting right here now.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So sounds like a plan.
Who is?
Okay.
Who's Kavir?
hi.
Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking you lead
Wrong
the. I think you lead the boarding party.
Which one?
I was gonna say
you-
we just talked about 2.
Right.
Which one?
So okay. Actually, Chotok, take Kavir and whatever boarding parties you think you need, and take take the unmarked D7 closest to our position.
So who was the second officer he was supposed to take?
Kavir, because he's got the badass security.
Okay. And they are potentially taking Chatak, who's currently muted. What additional teams do you bring along? And or
I'm
Lakavir?
here.
You could, if the Joe doesn't bring any teams of his own, you could have up to 3 teams. Sorry, up to. Yeah, that's right. Because there are 3 transporters, and you could take one, and a team. He could take one in a team, and then the third one could go on a team, and that leaves one transporter for the show and his squad.
Also leaves a team that could potentially be just beamed anywhere as reinforcements if needed.
That
Yeah.
is also the case. So,
Yeah, take
but
two,
and that's
leave
kind
a
of
team
that
on
would kind
cash
of be up
slots.
to the first officer. What does he want to do?
Hang on. So which location am I going to?
You
Still
are
on the ship.
going to a cargo bay with a bunch of teams to try to seize one of the unmarked D7s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seizing control of a vessel.
Yeah.
Which
Very
will
good.
require personnel.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want a super huge team, but yeah, I mean, if we're bringing a security team with us, we're bringing a security team with us.
Yes.
You're the
And
one
my
who
target.
decides.
Security team.
Yeah,
We
he
take a
doesn't-
security team and an engineering team
I
to
to-
make
I
sure
told
that
you-
we get the ship working.
Yeah, I told you to take Kavir and as many teams as you thought you might need to secure the ship. But yeah, taking an engineering team, not a bad idea.
You want
Yeah.
a consman? I have a con of 3.
Yeah, because I assume is the goal to capture this ship and fly away with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kavir has a con of 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
yeah, I'm planning
Well,
to
never
take
mind then.
Wolgana and Lojan with me.
Sounds
okay.
And also a
So
Targ, if I could have that,
With
please.
everything you've already
Yeah.
asked for, the
Sounds
only
like
question.
I am gonna need a team then.
Okay, we already heard you were taking security and engineering. Are you taking a third team? Is the question.
I don't think so.
Okay, so we'll assume that there's capacity for a third team in support, if anyone
Yeah.
needs it.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Sounds
What
like a
I'm
good
planning to
idea.
do is have that third team on rapid
a
response duty.
momentum from the security officer, I think, to get
Yes.
the security team. And I think if the engineer cooperates, you can also get a cheaper engineering team.
Yeah,
Although that
no.
I have to double check because that may only be in engineering bay.
It might, yeah. I haven't read that text recently.
The other thing that's cheaper is
Or it might be
arms
only on
and
board the
equipment.
ship,
Chief
actually, I
engineer.
think.
No, because Revere doesn't ever get to use it because y'all can't.
Yeah,
y'all don't have a
doesn't-
ship
no,
that
it-
can have teams.
With chief engineer, it's just you reduce the opportunity cost of engineering teams by 1.
It is one. So yep. So
Yeah,
if the lady of the house is in full support, she could help here.
This is Sir Joe's plan. Of course she's in full support.
Okay, then I will take 2 threat for those teams.
Yeah. Otherwise,
Yeah.
equipment is also cheaper by 1. And can I have my Targ, please?
Yeah, you'd get that without spending.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wasn't sure if it was like needed to
Yeah.
be represented with a token or
and
anything
what-
like that.
Oh, it does. And out of all the prep I did, you can guess the one thing I forgot to do.
Stat your
Yeah,
target.
Targ.
So we're assuming your targ is present, and we will narrate as such, and it has a stat block, but it doesn't have a token
I
on the
can-
map.
Okay.
I can whip up a Targ token while y'all are doing stuff.
Yeah, get us a Targ token.
The question
Targ
is,
token.
can you do it, and can I use it before Inslee has to go?
Hey, we
Maybe.
got 20
So
minutes.
we're moving at light speed here. Okay. Any equipment for this group?
Armor, probably.
On a assault mission, it's covered.
Okay, I had to make sure.
Armor's covered, but rifles and batliths would cost.
I brought my own batleth, it's fine.
And I assume we have disruptor pistols. Is
You have
that what we've
disruptor
got?
pistols and a ductane.
Yeah, I mean, if we've already got armor, then I'm fine.
Okay, Joe. Let's
Yeah.
figure out your team.
Right. The Joe, Makara Joe will be in charge, in command, while I am leading the away party. And my team is just going to be Walgana, Lojan, and myself.
All right, equipment.
Transport enhancers? Are those a thing?
For 2 threat, you can. Actually, I think it'd only be 1. Am I wrong? Is that-
it is 2 because they're
Okay.
big. They're big and useful.
Okay.
And
2 threat.
that can reduce the cost by 1, right? Yes.
Isn't that
you?
for weapons and armor? The transport enhancers are not either.
Oh, transport and sorry. Yeah. My bad. I misheard a word.
Yeah. Can I have a personal force field instead of body armor?
I'll take the opportunity for that because it's not standard Klingon practice.
Yep.
So what's the opportunity on that?
It's 1.
Okay.
Which
All right.
that will
I'm
supersede
starting
my
to
body armor.
detect a pattern of someone's preference for armor, regardless.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll also take a disruptor rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I have a disruptor rifle as well? That's what I'm good at.
Okay. The escalation is only 1, but it's a total of 3, I believe. 1 point of escalation for 1 point of opportunity for each of you, and 1 point of escalation total.
Yeah.
I'm taking the big pointy stick and a cool swirly cloak.
Hell yeah.
2 threat, and I'll give you an advantage on rolls using the intimidation focus.
I don't have intimidation.
But what if you do intimidate them?
You have it now.
I've got
Congratulations.
inspiration.
Okay.
Not intimidation, inspiration.
You can
It's still-
inspire them to surrender. There we go.
I still get a tricorder for free, right? Or do I have
Nope.
to spend for 1?
You have to spend for
We
1.
don't get those.
Okay, then I would like a tricorder.
You're a warrior, not a scientist.
I'll spend 1
I
for
would-
a plasma torch.
Yes, and I would like to spend 1 for a tricorder.
Done.
I realize I should spend something for an explosive charge in case they seal the door to the bridge.
That'd be wise.
It would be wise. What is
Okay.
that, a grenade?
I'll take. No, grenades would be something different.
What is an explosive charge then?
You'd want. It'd be a trait
Oh, okay.
that you have it.
Ah.
Okay.
Yes.
Lady of the
Good
house?
talk.
Control engineering, difficulty 1, 2 rolls. Assisted by ships. Sensors engineering.
Control engineering difficulty 1, you said?
Yep.
See, I'm just gonna procedural compliance that and roll a die to check for comps. Or generate momentum. Alright, we generated momentum. 2 momentum.
No, it only rolls 1 die. That's just the ship being weird.
No. It was difficulty 1, and I got a crit.
Oh, okay.
Plus. Yeah.
I comprehend. Now to murder the show.
I can't drag the token directly from my asset library into play.
Yes. He's
Got it.
here.
What a good and honorable boy.
I am way too happy
Yeah.
about having a targ. I can't control my token, but
Don't worry about it.
All right.
The GM
1
can.
momentum gained, and 1 more roll for the second team.
Yep.
One more
I'll
roll.
do the same
One
thing.
more roll. Bam.
ow.
So generate 4 momentum off that. It's a lot of float.
Float. We're full.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to school as a GM because I realized that that y'all were supposed to make a diff 5 check here, and I totally forgot and let you do it the easier way. And don't
Why
want to
don't
go
we do
back and
that,
undo
then?
that. Y'all didn't finish the
I
extended
mean, I'm
task.
fine to make the check.
No, the
We're out of time.
yeah.
Out of all fairness,
fair enough.
I think it's fair to give you 2 momentum because that is something we were supposed to have done.
Yeah.
All
I'm not
fairness.
gonna argue.
'Cause yeah.
Oh, I
Relay.
took 2 threat. That's what I thought you meant, but that's fine with me. I'll take 2 threat, and you could take 2 minutes. That seems fair to me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
This seems fine. That probably equates to what I would have paid to succeed at this task.
Yeah.
Or that task. You know?
Both teams materialize. Showing you materialize in a locked room.
Locked room
They
murder.
A giant control screen and control panel, and the first officer and his team beam into an empty cargo bay. Well, empty of people, but not material.
Beam into a cargo box. Ugh. No.
Watch out for the barrels.
No,
Every
we'll bring
time.
them with us. We'll use them as weapons.
We'll
It's a
gotta
relief.
find me that device.
Okay, yeah, she starts scanning. She's, pulling out the tricorder and using it like a compass, trying to figure out the direction.
Reason science, sorry. Reason science, difficulty 2.
Okay, focus and sensor operations.
Tricorder.
Yes.
Handheld sensor.
Applied research on the grounds that I've been looking for this thing this whole time, so I'm getting good at it.
Yes.
Hashtag get good.
All right.
Yeah.
Hashtag get good. Take 1 threat.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah, I actually don't have a way to reroll that comp, so take the threat.
46
Thought
threat.
he's short on
48 threat.
Oh.
Let's
If
go,
he
boys.
wants to do something, if he wants to make the tricorder explode in my hands, he can.
Yeah.
on,
Wait,
game.
you gave me the threat or you took the complication?
I said I'm giving you threat.
Okay. 2 momentum gained.
Low John, can you undock the ship that the Law and that the rest of our comrades are attempting to take from this control panel? I'm figuring that's an engineering task.
I will check to see if that's a thing I can do.
This doc, just looking over the panel real quick, because it's all written in Klingon and it's all standard KDF. They haven't switched it over to anything house specific yet. There's an unregistered D7 connected here.
Right, but
That's not the question.
that's not the one that's being boarded. We're trying to see if we can release the docking clamps for the one that our team is boarding.
They're not boarding any ship yet. They're inside a cargo bay.
No, the whole bit was to beam them over to a D7 to board the D7 and take it.
Oh, I thought I understood they were beaming into one of the cargo. You haven't scanned and have no idea where to beam inside of a D7. That's why I was confused, because I told the sensor operator they knew 2 places to beam inside of the station. They knew
No. The first officer was supposed to lead the team to board the D7 and take one of the D7s.
I assumed they were doing that from the station, like they were going to
We can
cross
do
the
it from
boarding
the
ramp
station.
of the station.
Oh, well,
can do that.
sure.
We can storm
That's
it that
fine.
way.
Okay.
Fine.
Listen,
In that
they
case,
would not expect an attack from the station.
Yeah, that's fair.
one of the 2 unregistered D7s is docked at the docking port you're standing next to the controls for.
can I undock it from here, from this control?
Without a task. That's exactly what this panel is for.
Okay.
It all lines up. I just need to wait for them to be over there, Joe. It'll be
So
easier
they're
done.
going to need to go here, correct?
Yep, they're
Mark
going to
it.
need to go down that ramp. The other
Okay.
option is to go down this ramp.
I missed it.
This
Which
ramp
ramp?
down here.
This is the target.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that's the better
Okay.
one for you.
Okay. So have you pinpointed where the device is, right?
Yep. Well, I haven't had the success narrated yet, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
rolled
Okay.
that. You're fine.
It is in the cargo bay. It is in this cargo bay.
Which cargo bay?
This one up top.
This one up
Okay.
top.
Yeah. Then she's going to say
And
it is in that room. Can I spend one of the momentum I generated to see if there are any people in that room?
you can, as soon as
It
I
spends 48 threat.
remember
God.
where the rules we found last week for reinforcements are, because I don't have to spend for reinforcements that often. And I forgot. We figured out it had like a specific. I think it was like one for.
Page 326. 1 for minors, 2 for notables.
Okay, that's what I needed.
And shifts its scale. I'm presuming you're not doing it, but just for complete answer's sake. Does not apply to NPCs who are present at the start of scene, only additional ones who arrive while scene is in progress. I walk into a room where they're doing a military review of 100 people. Unfortunately, they don't exist because I don't have 100 threat to make them present.
What's scarier than a room full of Klingons?
Tribbles?
One Klingon with a key.
I don't get it.
Because there's a Klingon with the only way you can get out. He has the key.
Yeah.
So he's trapped all of
Locked
the
in
other
there.
Klingons in a room?
No,
you in
you're
there.
trapped in a room with a bunch of Klingons. And there's one Klingon in there with the key. So it's scary.
He's the
Can't
Joe.
run
It's
away from
funny.
console.
Laugh. Ha ha ha.
Whatever you say, boss.
Tradition.
It's a variant of the Babylon 5 joke, you know.
Yeah. Well, no one watches the inferior DS9.
Wow.
You watch your mouth, punk boy.
I watch Babylon 5. I love that show. Don't mind me.
I think I'm going to be fourth officer sooner than I thought.
Look, I just hold to tradition, all right? Not my fault he breaks it. It's supposed to be Star Wars versus Star Trek, not these, interlopers. Next you're going to say Stargate is what we're talking about.
Well, I mean,
Hey,
I did notice that you're using Jumpgate for the Saturday game, so I'm just waiting for the chevrons to lock.
Yeah.
that's Traveler. That's before your Babylon 5.
Actually,
Aren't we out of
Babylon
time
5
with this?
uses Jumpgate, so
It does, but it followed after the fact, They were copying
Babylon
off of
5
Traveler
it has always been here.
since ancient times.
Star Trek game canceled. Babylon 5 game starting. Got it.
Come on, Modiphius, get on it. Babylon 5 book. Oh, you'll make tons of money. It's very
Yeah.
relevant right now.
Yeah. Oh my God. It really is.
Yeah.
Okay, so as soon as you guys start heading for the place, we can.
So,
Oh.
the science officer noticed something very disturbing on their scanner as soon as they finish telling you where the device is.
Mhm.
The guy with the key.
It's a Vorlon.
Sensor
No.
operator,
Uh-oh.
you detect a lot of Klingon life signs. You look at the time on your watch. You've caught a security shift change. Half of 2 full battle cruisers of Klingons are about to be moving all kinds of security personnel down here.
Yeah, she lets out a series of curses and says, "This is a security shift change. There are more security officers wandering around here than there are ticks on the Beastmaster's targs. If we want that device, we will have to fight through an army."
Or we wait until shift change is over.
She just
We
keeps
know-
on insulting people above her.
But we have
Yeah.
no guarantee that we have enough time to wait before.
Joe, if we're able to get transport enhancers around
weird
the
discovery.
device,
What is the first officer's crew doing?
Yeah, we don't know any of this, so we're
You
just.
don't know any of this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Uh-huh.
following the first officer. We'll find out.
How dangerous is it to like communicate? Like to use a communicator?
I will finish asking what the first officer's
No,
plan
fair
is.
enough.
We must first take stock of our surroundings. And he's going to sort of poke his head out into the hallway and try and get a lay of the land.
So many barrels.
You know what? I have enough threat.
God
Here's a
damn it.
complication.
the door slams shut on your head.
2.
You're gonna poke your head out right into someone.
And here's an
What's
escalation.
Pogs for?
It's worse. It's his mother-in-law.
That is what the tog's for. Tog's for hiding bodies.
It's my
Uh-huh.
mother-in-law.
You stick your head out and you kind of look around, and you almost bump heads with a passing Klingon warrior. And I'll spend an even higher complication.
What?
He's not only a Klingon warrior, he happens to be the first officer of Duras's flagship.
Sweet,
Uh,
kill him.
Because their flagship docking port is over here. And he says, "Watch where you're going, you fool."
You tell me to watch where I am going?
He puts his hand on his Doctang and he says, You must be one of the wasted commanders from the Tamleth who have no opportunity for advancement. Won't even ever make a first officer, will you? Yes, you.
Indeed. I suppose I would never, would I?
He says, "Get out of my way before I gut you."
I suppose I could, but you are forgetting one very important thing.
He says, "That you smell of Targ?"
No. You no.
God, I wish.
No, you seem to be forgetting. What is that? And he points behind him.
Oh my god.
Just Biff tanning
Yeah.
him.
You are not.
You are so call off from TOS.
So what's your plan?
I can't believe.
Are you just trying to distract him or are you trying to attack him?
I'm trying to make him turn around so I can shoot him in the back.
All right.
Shoot him?
Maybe
So
stab,
Or
not shoot.
stab him in the back.
your
There we
choice
go.
for different tasks,
Slit the
so you
throat.
need to choose one. So you're
Well,
gonna
have him
stab him
slit
or
his
shoot?
throat. That could work.
Well, well, first I need to get him to turn around.
Yeah, it might be.
Uh,
I'm trying to get him into a
So because of the way you're doing this, I'm gonna give you the task to have him turn around, and then we'll do the attack task separately.
Right.
I'm just asking for my information. If you do succeed, are you gonna stab him or are you gonna shoot him?
I'm gonna stab him. I
Okay.
should.
Okay, so we're gonna call this your presence
That was
command opposed by his insight security.
Presence command, you say?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry. It's so dumb. Deception focus.
He has absolutely no resources in this area. I'll only buy 1 die.
I'm gonna spend 3 threat.
Okay,
it's not
yes,
3 threat. Not
deception
3
works.
threat. 3 momentum. Okay.
He's defending, and he only got 1 success.
Oh, then I'm not gonna spend nearly as much.
I'm gonna
I'm
stab
gonna
you in the
spend.
foot.
I'm going to spend a momentum. There we
2
go.
momentum gained. You can now attack him as if he were unaware, which makes this a difficulty 1 attack, I believe. It
Daring
also, if you
security.
have ambush tactics, it would kick in.
Yes, it does.
I
Oh,
have
so
ambush tactics
you
too.
have +2 to your weapon if you succeed at this.
Additionally, killer's instinct. I don't have to give you any threat to make this deadly.
True.
Oh my god, you're gonna.
Yep.
This is gonna work.
I was going to say, instead of assisting, how reasonable would it be to just pass the batleth forward for a second?
No,
Okay, I had to ask.
he only has 1 minor which he needed to use to draw.
Fair.
Oh, that's so funny. I am going to spend 3 momentum just because my daring security actually isn't that great. But I just need the 1 hit.
Somebody talked him into stabbing. We won't say who it was.
Hey, I still got I still rolled a 1 on
2
that.
momentum gained. What is the intensity of your weapon?
I actually don't know what a Ducktang's.
I think it's 2,
is.
and then you've added 2.
2, yeah.
2 and 2 is 4 total.
He doesn't have that much. I can't spin it. He only has. Oh, but Bracklow. He has to spend all of his personal threat and Bracklow to survive that, but that's all of his threat.
Now you can spend 2 momentum to get repeatable to do additional severity.
Yep, 2
Yep.
momentum is going to kill him.
I'll spend 2 momentum.
So you stab him in the back, and he's a Klingon. He goes, "What are you?" And then you just you push it in a little bit harder, and he growls a bit, and then he goes limp and falls to the ground.
You put it in one liver, then you pull it out, and you put it in the other liver.
Yep. And he just pulls him back into the storage room.
With a practiced common ease.
Now you can get a hail on your communicator.
Ring ring.
What is this guy's name?
Where is it?
It is Chothok.
Chotok. The security shift is changing. This place is about to be swarming with security officers.
We have noticed.
You may either strike now and quickly, or wait. No. In fact, strike now. Move as fast as you can. We will undock the vessel from the control panel. Because I have the value strike quickly or strike not.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, if you want to give me your determination, now's the time to do it.
I don't.
Fair enough.
I loved that. That was good.
Yeah.
That was great.
All
I
right.
unlock
Boss,
the
can I have
docking.
some help on my suicide mission?
Yep.
No.
Unlock the docking clamps and freeze them in that position. We go to retrieve the device.
Joe. And I'll do
The
exactly that.
ship, this D7 is now merely held by the docking port connection. Any application of thrusters from the station or the ship just for for their normal
Maneuvering.
will rip it right out.
Okay, we have to go now then. Go, 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 go.
All right. There's no difficult terrain between you and there, so you can spend your action getting there, but there are going to be people who see you, so it is going to trigger combat.
And at the same time, Maktai, who I can't move, is going to stride
Replace
out
all the
into.
tokens that can't be moved now, because it's only going to get more frustrating.
Where is he? There he is. Okay,
I
yeah.
can't replace the tag.
He's going to stride out into this hallway.
I'm
look-
adding it. It's under fauna, under data
Yeah.
files.
I will deal with the guards. You two follow behind and get the device. And I will stride out into the hallway with the glaive and like playing the spike at the base against the floor.
A officer and his security team coming off of the Duras flagship point and say, "It's the betrayer of Bamoth."
I am Maktai, Gorek Puklod, Joseph Gita. Come and meet your death on the sacred blade. You are the traitors. You dealing with Romulans. What kind of patak are you? Honorless curs. Come, die like Klingons.
That will put us into an initiative. Anyone?
Yeah, but I get the reputation.
You do. Anyone on your side with no hesitation? Or anything else that makes it more expensive for someone to go first?
I didn't do it this time
No,
I'm a scientist.
for some
you
reason.
can still have it.
You could.
All right. I have someone in hearing distance who has no hesitation.
Go for it.
I will spend a threat, even though the Zhou seems to be ready to strike first. As this door opens, you see Zhou de Tor, who looks at Maktai and says, "You fool, you come to a station full of warriors. You will die here."
One of us will.
She literally has the value, don't give up the ship.
But it's a
Look at
station,
her.
not a ship, so.
He's trying to steal her ships.
No, I'm trying to
Yeah,
steal one that
kill
she's
him,
going to give
Pat.
away.
She has two unmanned and undefended ships docked
Yeah.
right here.
If she resigns now, they're not her ships anymore. So, problem solved. I mean, she has to fall on her blade first, but I'm just presenting options. She can burn in Grethor. But I'm not saying.
So how is she attacking? Or
It's
is
going to
she
be
just...
melee.
Okay.
She's only using a mechlet, though, because she did not expect an assault team to be charging in. She's going to use Warrior Spirit. Do you have Killer Instinct?
I do.
Okay, then they're gonna nullify out. Neither of you have to spend, but the difficulty increase is just washed out.
She's
Okay.
both trying to murder each other. So
So she's not. Oh, actually, you do have to. It's not for free. You do have to spend a threat, and it only helps the defender. So I take that back. It's not something that washes out.
oh, hooray!
Yeah. So
But
I'm
she doesn't
definitely
need
gonna.
to spend the threat. The
I'm
question
I'm
is,
gonna.
you spend the threat to increase the diff.
Yes. I'm going to spend the threat to increase her diff.
All right. She will spend determination on don't give up the ship. And then she will buy all the dice. Battles between shows with blades is something that seems from a past age.
Or the future. The future.
6 successes.
Okie dokie. So I will spend my determination on I travel the river of blood.
Yes.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Jerk.
And let's see, I'll give you 3 momentum and what is it? Total of 2 threat for a full net.
I love how you're just this complete and utter
Give me three-
badass.
Well, no, he's not as quite as complete other badass as Oda, but
But you're still this complete badass, and his second in command is just this goofball.
You just murdered a guy. I don't think you're such a goofball.
If that's a goofball, you're the freaking Joker, man. Look over there! Stab! 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 Gee, God. Okay. Well.
Oh, and sorry, you were supposed to roll first because you're defending.
I got 9 hits.
Yeah, that last dice doesn't count because you used
Wait,
your
yeah,
magic.
you rolled control command.
Yeah, you did roll the wrong thing.
Not that it matters, really.
Yeah, let's see, because my daring would have been 11, but my security would have been a 4, so I'd be rolling a 15.
19th the last time, but it doesn't count anyway.
Your security is only a 4.
So that
Yeah,
last
so
two is a
it's-
1.
Yeah, that last two is
Yeah,
only a
1,
1.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 hits.
Okay. Warrior Spirit to.
Oh wait, oh, yeah, you go ahead. I can use. Yeah, I can use it when on my defense. See what you roll.
No change.
2 momentum generated, I believe.
3 because Warrior Spirit he got a free hit.
I believe. You could spend 2 momentum to counterattack.
Is it
You could.
immediate? Oh, we got it. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So yeah, okay. I'll spend 2 momentum to counterattack. Do I have to make another roll, or what's the deal?
Nope. What's the intensity of your weapon?
It is 3. We basically did as a heavy blade, but it does have intense.
Okay, 3 is not going to take her down. I will spend from her pool for that.
Intense means it costs only 1 to do extra, so you can do one, you could do the extra damage here.
Actually, I don't spend 2 because she does have armor. I'm sorry, she has Bracklow.
Well, I'll spend the 1 to do an extra damage then.
Okay. I will spend to cover that. So I spent 3 of hers.
Okay.
As you and her lock blades, and you have narrowly disemboweled her already, but she is a fierce opponent. That was her. One of you can go. I kind of all moved you out into the hall as y'all started to run, but y'all haven't made it
Yeah,
to the ship
understandable.
yet. So
I got a question about the Targ. How does that go? Is it its own turn, or does it go with me? Or
it's its own turn.
okay, I just wanted to know.
But you can either like assist it by letting it go and then like providing an assist on its turn, or you can just like tell it to do something and let it figure it out on its own.
Got you. Okay. Or have it assist me technically if it was an
Yeah,
attack or
you're gonna
something
lose
like that.
control of it after it starts attacking things, but until then,
Yeah. Gotcha. I'll go later because all I need to do is get on the ship.
okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
why
same
don't
here.
you? Sorry, is this one the Joe? Or
Yeah.
is
Yep, that's
this one? Okay, she's the Joe. All right. Why don't we let the captain go and murder her?
Problem that she has 9 extra health because of the pool. We need that pool to be reduced.
Yeah.
Which
She
she
has
may
less
be the
than
one
that
who can
now,
do
but
it, to be fair.
I mean, I'm not a bad shot myself. I can shoot someone.
Otherwise, it's just running for us, which
You may, if you or I go, we'd want to get in that room so we can get at the device because we don't know who's in there, or at least see who else is in there. If there's a bunch of Klingons in there, we might want to consider other options.
Sure. Why don't I'll go, and I assume this counts as moving one zone to enter this room.
it does. You can do that as a
Mhm.
minor.
So I open the door. Is there anyone in here?
Oh,
Oh, there are a lot of people in here.
There's a group of Romulans, a bunch of Klingons, and a Dahar master fresh off of a year in Federation prison before her
God.
transfer because
Oh, God
someone
damn it.
stopped her from getting murdered, like a good captain.
thanks, Doctor.
Mwah.
I'll set the target on them.
Okay.
Don't we have a grenade?
No.
I
Oh,
don't.
we've got an explosive charge. It's different.
Oh, yeah.
Let me double check how a disruptor rifle works. But could I?
It doesn't have area.
It doesn't have charge. You can't do it area.
Okay.
It's not for shooting multiple people. Okay, it's for shooting one person really dead.
Okay. This guy. I have line of sight on him, and he looks like a
Which
Klingon
guy?
warrior. That guy.
He looks like he looks like
A Klingon.
No.
I'm just
Kind of
guessing.
obvious as joined the crew.
as you kind of level your rifle towards him, he will yell out that he is Commander Cole of the Tamleth, and he has survived worse than you. He is the guy that killed House Dator's last show.
Oh, it's that guy.
It's that guy.
Yeah. After initially looking surprised at the group of people, she's going to say, "I don't care." Drop down on one knee and shoot him.
Excellent.
Immaculate.
If it works but doesn't get you any rep, does it really work?
Well, it has to work first.
Control security difficulty posed because this room has cover.
Okay. How much momentum do we have?
None.
All right, take a full minute threat.
I was
Wait,
running
he's the
low.
defender. He rolls first.
Yeah.
Never mind. Go first.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately, shooting is not what he's good at. He's okay with blades, like we saw him use on his own show, and he's now become a ship captain, so he has starship tactics. But nope, no weapons, and none of his talents are relevant because they're all from being good at commanding ships. But y'all did not get discovered. Well, you did, but you played it off.
You're welcome.
I will spend all of his personal threat because if he gets hit, I don't think it's going to matter that he had a little bit of stress.
Mm-hmm.
for 1 total success.
Okay. I am going. Can I give you 1 to aim, or is it too late for that?
You need momentum
you
for
can't.
that. I don't
Oh,
think
you
so
do
you
know
answer that was
momentum for that
Okay.
because it's not an
You're right.
immediate.
Yeah.
All right, then simply take. I have a focus. Take 1 threat. I'm not giving you any more.
Good, good.
Yeah.
Hey.
Bam.
3 gained. What's the intensity of the weapon?
5.
Phaser rifle is
Disruptor rifle, yeah.
5. The disruptor rifle is 5 with intense.
He can't afford. You shoot him and he disintegrates. The only evidence of his existence, some burns indicating boot marks on the plate, on the ground plate.
Hiroshima shadowed him.
The only thing you are is dust and ash. Who's next?
In the wind.
A Romulan
Oh, no.
grabs a disruptor at his belt and says, "They've betrayed us."
Yes, they have.
Yes. Uh-huh. You nailed
Um,
it. Don't worry, everyone.
I'm
Sherlock Holmes is on the
reminded,
case.
Commander Satav, you can take a turn
Mhm.
instead of as Lojan, if you wish. At any time, you could replace your turn as Lojan with a turn as Satav and introduce a squad of your own.
Roger.
But the Romulans are going to go unless y'all spend to keep.
No great reason to, I don't think.
I mean, besides we're outnumbered. Yeah, let it roll over.
Well, there are other Klingons, but there are no other Klingons with rifles in a good firing position. So he is going to point at you and say, "Fire before she retreats." And I will spend 1 threat. And he will use the focus of tactics.
Is it opposed?
Uh,
Because theoretically, she could duck back behind the doorway.
Nope, because this is not an attack.
Oh,
He created a trait.
Never mind
Yeah,
then.
not. It's not only people in Clan Shishashira that can take plan of action. But 1 threat was gained.
Well, I don't think we should let
He's gonna
Andorians
spend
take
that-
that to begin with.
That one and 1 more are going to be spent. And his Centurion standing next to him is going to shoot at you. This is opposed, but he gets a free hit because he has a trait to help him from his captain. You are the defender, sensor officer.
You are muted.
Apologies, I was in the bathroom. What am I rolling?
You're being shot at, so control security.
Oh, I'm pretty good at that.
Opposed. And the person shooting at you has a free hit.
Okay, focus and disruptors. Does that count when dodging disruptors?
Well, you're shooting back.
As long as you're using a disruptor rifle, yes. Disruptors is the focus you want to take if you're using them, and you want to be good at
Avoiding them.
understanding
combat
them
with them.
and
Mhm.
repairing them and working with them. If you just want to be good at shooting any kind of weapon, then there's a different talent you'd be take. But disruptors does cover it.
Could I do what's the momentum at?
3.
3. All right, I'm gonna spend 1 momentum and 2 threat. Youch.
Ooh.
I already spent my determination this episode, so not much I can do about that.
Yeah.
Complication or threat?
I'll take the comp.
If Lacavir said it once, he said it 1,000 times. Always make sure all of the harnesses on your body armor are strapped correctly. Because if you get into combat and you have to quickly duck behind cover, you don't want a part of your armor coming loose.
Oh god.
So you still have your resistance from Bracolo, but not from your armor for this attack.
Okay. So that gives me resistance 1.
Come on, Rami. Shoot. Well, that's unfortunate.
2 successes from his side.
Mm-hmm.
He is also using a disruptor, but a disruptor pistol. That is 4 intensity, I believe. And he will use the 2 bonus momentum from Plan of Action. To put those for a difficult intensity 6 phaser a disruptor burn injury unless you spend stress.
I will take the stress. How much stress is it?
6.
It's 6.
Ooh.
In Klingon stress
And I'll take
is
the other
just
2
equal
is
to fitness.
sorry?
In Klingon, the max stress is just equal to fitness.
In all of 2E, it's just fitness unless otherwise noted.
All right. Then that's 1 away from maxing me out.
Well, don't forget you have a protection of 1
Okay, so it's 5 damage.
Yeah.
Great.
because Bracolo.
I can take. I can't take 1 more hit, but okay.
It goes to y'all.
I'd like to take a turn if people don't mind.
Yeah,
Go
go ahead.
So Tav's going to beam over help. I don't want those stupid Klingons getting the cloaking device.
Are you going to lead it, or are you sending the Centurion?
Oh, I clicked the wrong person. Am I going?
You've personally seen some of the worst the Navy has to offer. Your Centurion is naval intelligence kind of officer.
Yeah.
He's not a ground pounder.
Yeah. I'm a survivor. He's not. I can't.
Then Satev, you beam on board with a squad of Ulans, and one of the Klingons shouts, "They betrayed us! They brought reinforcements!" And the Romulans are confused because none of them know who you are. But not wearing naval uniforms pretty much tells them very quickly you're not friendly.
I owe you for force field and a transfer enhancers.
4 threat, or is some of that momentum?
First force field is 1 opportunity, 2 escalation. Oh, you're asking if I'm using any of them? No, I'm not using any of the momentum.
Actually, for Romulans, I'll say that the force field rather than body armor is standard for officers.
Oh, very good. I will fight you on that. I will give you threat to get the transport enhancers, though. I need that momentum.
Okay. I'm gonna take beaming in as your major, even though we're not gonna roll it. So you still have a minor, and you could swift task.
Do my
And you can-
guys act
the
on their
cloak
own?
is in the square right in front of you.
Do these
It's
guys
like
have their own
sitting
turn?
right here. No, they're a squad, so they count as a trait.
Right.
Okay. 2 momentum to swift.
Okay.
And I go secure it. Get it off this station.
It's not coming from a pad, but you do have transporter enhancers. So still diff 0. You have an advantage. So no roll. You beam it off along with the team. I could give you a roll for momentum, but since you're not truly on their side, I'd rather just.
Oh yeah, totally. I'm totally willing to be like.
Because you've stacked it. You did the right thing. You stacked it, so it's diff -1. But so it's gone, but you're not yet.
Okay.
The team runs up and slaps a bunch of transporter enhancers around it. A trained senior Ulan opens a communicator and pushes a button that sends a predetermined signal, and the cloak sitting on the risers fades into a green beam of energy. And the Romulan commander says, "They've stolen it. Kill them first."
You fire upon me, you fire upon those who serve the Senate and people of Romulus. The weapons are to be pointed that way. Or I can mark you as a traitor. Your choice.
That might actually be a valid choice, but it would have to wait for another task.
Oh yeah, that's just him saying that in reaction to him yelling at him. That's me though, sadly. Minor, I draw my pistol because just in case I need to counterattack.
It goes to them.
Yeah, and can I yell they've beamed the device off station?
You can yell that.
All right.
You can. You don't know who these are, so the most you could say is the Romulans.
Yeah, that she says they because she's not even certain of that.
Yeah, maybe it's a big Romulan ploy. Who knows?
Fall back to the prize.
The Joe is gone that way, so the Hod Shiva of House Dator will eliminate other threats. She is going to attack the team.
So I rolled to oppose her, I believe. Or no, actually, because it's not me. She's attacking. It's them.
It's just a trait, so I was just going to count this as a daring security, and if she gets difficulty 0, and if she gets threat, she can spend 2 to
totally makes sense
to tie them down, and another 2 to eliminate them.
Makes sense.
It's just like spending a trait of like team eliminated.
Hey,
So
they
I'll
did their
spend
job.
1 threat. Hey, they die for the Senate.
Yep. They'll die.
And
heroes.
the people. Don't forget the people.
The Senate often does.
Yeah.
1 threat gained, because she's going to spend the other 4 threat as the Dahar Master of House Dator cuts through 5 Romulan Ulans. And I will spend 2 more threat for a swift task. And Commander Satev is going to have to defend himself.
Daring security, I believe.
Yep.
Boop.
And you're defending. You'll roll first. She has Killer Instinct. She will spend 1. I think it only makes it more difficult if you decide to go lethal. Let me double check that.
Hmm.
But I guess I shouldn't really force you to declare if you're going lethal or not yet, because you're the defender.
Yeah. Well, defender wise, I have to roll first, but defender, I'm not swinging lethal back at her. I'm just kind of trying to batter away. So even if I counter strike, I'm just like hitting her with my pistol or trying to
Okay,
batter away.
it doesn't say she has to do it ahead of time. Okay, so I'll take that back. It's just if you decided to do that. She is making one against you, but she has Killer Instinct, so she doesn't have to spend any extra.
I'm rolling flat. Div 0.
If it's made easier, it's made easier. She will strike at you.
Yep.
Still somewhat uncomfortable using a normal Batleth because Starfleet wouldn't give her hers back.
Yeah, that's going into the hands of Starfleet intelligence. Thanks for the gift.
It might actually be going into this Starfleet Diplomatic Corps' hands because
Yeah,
it
true.
tries to talk back.
Ugh.
A complication, but a success. I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna have that complication be that in trying to attack you, she brings the Batleth down. Actually, sorry, the Mechlith, because they weren't expecting borders. You throw your hands up to defend yourself, and you accidentally trigger the transport function on your communicator. You're looking at 3 stress, and it's intense. I'll spend an additional 3 for a total of 6.
My force field eats 3 of it, and I'll take 3 stress.
All right. Commander Satev, not of his own intention, but accidentally retreats.
He will lie and say he did that on purpose. Only a few people will know the truth of what happened. But I have to be truthful on reports.
It goes to y'all.
Good luck, everybody.
I think everyone but me can go, so go.
Yep.
Sure, I'll go for the Joe.
That I was about to say that sentence works semantically in 2 ways perfectly.
Oh, get
Yeah.
away with you.
And hey, if he has
Fail.
some plans later tonight after the battle, it could work 3 ways.
Whoops, no.
So-
Click the wrong thing. Come back.
So I'm definitely striking for lethal. But
Spend 1 threat. I'm going to spend 1. It diff goes up by 1.
Right.
I am defending, so I have to roll first.
Yep. Have you rolled?
Not yet.
Okay. Sorry, the last one was a daring security, so I was just
No, I was counting up how much threat she has left,
Yeah.
personally.
she spent 3 of her personal last time, I think.
She spent 4 to stay up because you did you did a
Counter
An extra.
5 intensity, and she has Brecklow. And she spent 3 to use determination.
Okay.
She will spend her remaining 2 and 1 off the table for determination again.
Figured.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for a full mitt. She is also going to expend this security team for another hit. So, as she raises her mek'leth in defense and yells at him.
Too cowardly to face me on yourself, I see. Call for help. I'll paint the stars with their house's blood.
7, 8.
She says, "You should at least wash before you come to battle. I smell Targ on you."
And I, Romulans, on you.
Oh,
Oh God,
okay.
I feel like I should
One
get
is
a
a
free
far
hit for
more
that.
agreeable creature.
I think I should get a free hit for that.
So
Also,
1,
no,
2, 3, 4,
there's a
5.
non-lewd, completely valid interpretation of that insult.
She
What?
she has 9 total hits.
9 total hits. I don't think there's any way I can get there from here, but yeah, because I do not.
It's not the worst thing to whiff on her, honestly.
I mean,
Oh, I suppose no, she'll generate threat if you don't hit her back. So
Oda could hit like 15, so this is his
Yeah, I mean,
nothing.
grandfather still has a lot to learn,
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh,
Oda could
uh,
hit 15 after a year under the first edition
Oh,
Klingon rules.
by the by, just something I just remembered. Because someone earlier failed to dodge a laser attack.
Mhm.
I generate momentum
Okay.
because I have my whole thing.
backup plan.
Backup plans.
Right. Okay, yeah. So unless I do, I would have to roll like 4 crits and a
Can challenge
know-
value or directive.
Wouldn't be effective now though.
Could I use this?
Oh, that's correct.
Could I use my action for an assist here to beam in the support team for this role for an extra advantage?
No, the support
Um,
team, if it was here, could. But you would need to take a turn to beam them here.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I'm not in a bad position to take a hit from a mek'leth.
Yeah.
So, meh.
Flat roll. Yep. Sometimes just take it on the chin, especially in second ed. Second ed's a lot easier to. You're not as scared of a wild roll.
I mean,
crushing you.
the only downside I point out is that I don't often go to the pool for a bunch of threat to dump on extra damage, but I don't have any problem spending threat gained from the roll to dump that on damage.
Ah, but the mek'leth probably doesn't have intense.
Oh, I thought it would. I thought most.
No, it's
Oh.
it's a
That's a heavy
it's
blade thing.
just a yeah, it's a heavy blade thing.
So it costs her
She
2
still-
for Asia.
Wood, it's just more expensive.
You
Yeah,
probably could soak it. It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way I can, the resources I would have to spend would wind up me giving you a bunch of threat.
Yeah.
So it's 6 of one, half dozen of another.
Generated momentum.
Yeah, there is that too.
Yeah.
All right. Believe a Mechleth is 3.
Yeah, I
the
think
blade,
so.
Yep.
Yeah.
And spending from all of the threat from the roll would be an extra 8. Halved because it costs 2 is 4, so 7 stress.
Yep, I will take it.
Minus your armor. And Breck
And
Low.
Brecklow. So I think you take 4.
That's better.
She doesn't manage to cut you, but does strike your armor and smiles and says, "You see more success in council chambers than on the battlefield, don't you?"
Ah. You fail because you don't see the council chambers for the battlefields they are.
It's there.
Yeah, that's me.
Go. Because that was you attacking her.
Yep.
Security team is going to come around here and say, "It's more attackers." Control security. I'm going to spend 1. Use their miner to move a zone. One momentum gained as a veteran Klingon warrior leads a squad to disrupt the engineering team. Sorry, threat. And I'll spend the 2 gained from the roll to have all of the engineers slain.
Ooh, that's rough. But we can.
I think the Gintok has good engineering. Or
It goes to y'all.
You're right. I have engineering as well.
yeah.
One of you guys, because I used up my turn.
I was gonna say, I can cover you while you get to the ship.
Yeah, well, and they just went, didn't they?
Yeah, it goes to you.
No, I mean in terms of them like taking
Just
another
me-
action.
Yeah, he's saying you could wait till next round to shoot at them because they've already gone. They're not going to go again.
Oh.
You do what you want. I'm probably dead, so
Yeah, we were given instructions. We got to get to that ship.
Go then.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
You've got to make a sprint action for that, but yeah.
Yes, it's what's the check?
No, there's no difficult terrain, so there's no roll.
Yeah, you just move you move 2 zones. For
You
free.
just use your action to do it, which moves you to the docking ring. Sorry, the airlock.
And you have a minor action.
Yeah, could I minor action to move beyond it?
No.
No, you can't. You can't
okay.
combine a sprint action and a minor.
Ah, Okay. Minor action. I pull my disruptor.
Fair enough.
All right.
We could
They-
keep or give it back to the bad guys.
You could keep or give it back.
What do you guys think?
So the only one to keep too is our backup in space who could beam in people to help out, or it could be our
Yeah.
guy in the ground.
Or yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I could send the Tog.
Oh, the Tark too, I
Mm.
suppose. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Send the Tog.
Is that what you want to do?
In the Tog.
Yes.
Yeah.
Send in the
spend-
tar.
It's like there's
He
no saving
screeches
these
and
Tog
roars
barrels
forward.
past.
As everyone over here realizes, oh, that's why all of you smell terrible. It wasn't actually
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
We just thought you were dirty. It's like, no,
We
we actually
actually-
have Targs.
Yeah, we
The
actually smell of tar.
Romulans have no idea what this foul thing running at them is.
They will learn what those tusks do, though, and it is gore.
Mm-hmm.
Stab, stabby, stab, stab.
Do you want to give it a swift
I need
test
a
for
Targ.
it to attack somebody? Because it'd probably have to sprint to get there, I'm guessing.
That was a sprint, yeah.
Ah. I don't know what its stats are. In short, is it worth it to
Oh,
attempt it?
No, that's its special rule. As a major action, a Targ may charge at an enemy within medium range. The Targ moves to any adjacent zone and makes a melee attack against a chosen enemy. If the attack, okay, so the only person it could use that against is the Zhou here,
Oh,
because it would
Really
move
funny.
into this zone, which is the upper hallway, and then it could be adjacent to her to attack.
I think we should do that because it's funny.
Yeah, it'll be funny to have the Tarek just jump past the Joe and into her.
Actually, the special rule is different than a sprint. It's not a sprint because you're not moving two zones. So I think you could minor
Minor
move
sprint.
and then rush.
Minor move and then move out.
Minor rush
Yes.
if you wanted.
The intent was
Yeah.
to help or save the,
Okay.
and disrupting an honor duel
It
is
doesn't
perhaps
know
not
the
the
difference
smartest
between
choice.
an Ulan and a Centurion, so it's going to attack the closest one.
It will figure it out very quickly, I imagine,
Uh,
by taste.
The Ulans are crunchier.
I'll let you roll. It's Daring 10, Security 2.
Daring 10 secure. Okay.
Centurions are more bitter?
They roll first, they're defenders.
You're right.
I'm guessing it has a focus in mauling or something like that.
I think it's in the book. I'll look for it.
Oh, I'd have to check. It may have a focus. Sometimes they do. Is
What the hell's a moopsie?
This move season.
Lower deck.
Targ.
it does. It is only a minor NPC, so it doesn't have a focus.
Yeah.
That
They
is
eat
tragic.
bones. They're absolutely terrifying. Moopsies.
Yeah.
You drink your
Listen, I'm not
bones.
gonna-
If he does well, if he impresses the screenwriters here, he may get promotion to a notable NPC in case we do another Klingon game.
'Cause they
Notable
wouldn't-
Tog. Good.
Notable Targ.
Snowbell.
Named Targ even. Yeah.
Come on,
Okay,
Ulan.
so
Roll garbage.
yeah, come on, Ulan. What you got? Or Centaurian, I don't know who it is.
He'll spend a threat because oh my god,
Yeah.
What is this thing?
Hey, look, it's a big smelly thing with tusks, and it's attacking.
he unfortunately his closest thing to tactics he has is starship tactics because he's a naval Ulan, not Tal Shiar or army. He's rolling a 10, so those are all zeros.
Targ's looking at 12.
Uh,
spending Spending momentum for the target.
That is, yeah, it's rolling a 12. No focus.
Momentum for the target. And target acquired. Haha.
Nah.
Hey.
Yes.
Part of rush means if you hit, he's not prone. I don't remember what the benefit of prone is though, so you'd have to look it up.
I think
You'd have
that's
to-
easier to maul.
If you're attacking someone who's the one thing I remember in 2E is that you have to spend a minor to get up. So your minor, if you want to do anything other than be on the ground, you have to minor to get off. Not minor, but like if you want to move, you'd have to spend a minor to get off your feet. I forget if it's easier to hit somebody who's on the ground. That may have changed in 2E. I'll look.
Yeah, I'm right at it. It's on page 288.
Nice.
Difficulty of all ranged attacks from medium or further increased by 1. Melee attacks at close range or at close range gain 2 bonus momentum against you.
All right, you gain
Nice.
2 bonus momentum.
Damage. I don't think the target has intense, but
It does have a tusks as a weapon, and I don't know if they have.
Nothing special. It's stun deadly. 3.
Stun deadly. Oh, was this lethal?
yes,
Okay, you want me to throw it.
yes. Sorry, I was unsure with how Togs work.
You don't need to spend for damage. He doesn't have the
Oh.
ability to avoid injuries, so
Oh,
he scored.
okay. So if
he
I've got
screams.
2 bonus momentum from that, can I just use that to make a trade of horrifying the Romulans?
You
Wait,
Draws
You
aggro.
target-
also
Yeah.
swift task.
Swift Togs
Yeah.
do it again.
Yeah, you generate momentum. Good task again.
Should I?
You should.
They're not great. They don't look like they're very good at fighting it. Swift task, give them
Yeah,
the free
sure.
hits.
Swift Toss, do it again.
Yeah.
You can only swift task once though. You can't do it repeated.
We can only do it once, but we'll
Yeah.
core another.
Dear Lord.
They only have the one threat. What can they do?
Good Lord.
I'll
Where's-
spend my last threat.
These weirdo Romans come in, take our thing, run off. Klingons attack us. Then a
Ooh.
weird
One
monster
success.
attacks us.
What was that? 1 success?
1 success.
2 technically.
So 2. Yeah, 2.
Oh, 2.
And I've got a diff. I spent 1 last time. Should I spend 3?
You
this time?
also
Also use
are
swift
not.
task.
You're too close. You can't rush. So this is just a normal melee attack. So he
This
won't
is
get
true.
knocked prone.
And you did
You
swift
won't.
task.
I did. I know.
Yeah,
so
that's why I
it's,
said
it's 2.
We count that.
Do I spend the 3?
Sure.
I feel like I should.
Yeah, just to make sure you get them.
Mm-hmm.
Deadly? Yes, no? You can choose. 'cause it's
yeah.
a stun deadly.
Oh, it's stunned? What?
It's still you still give threat if you choose deadly.
Yeah, no. I'm saying you could choose stun or deadly, is what I'm trying to say.
Ew, it has both options. I thought it was just
Yep.
deadly, so it like costs me to not be deadly anyway.
No.
Oh, okay.
So was that stun or deadly?
Just stun this one, sure. Take one
Okay.
alive. That's for dinner later.
One got gored onto the ground. The other one's just like getting rammed into a wall.
I
Well,
mashed
he
him, I
still
didn't
goes
eat him.
down as he's like legs are knocked from under him and he hits his head on the floor.
Battlestar, go.
This was a good investment.
Yeah.
Battlestar.
It goes to
Go, go,
him.
gadget battle
All the
charge.
Romulans have gone.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a simple deal out in the middle of nowhere. Trade a cloaking
Yeah,
device.
I'm really gonna have to go. It's already like 11
Mhm.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm an
sorry,
hour past my stop.
I was surprised I was expecting you might leave earlier. I was pushing ahead in the slight hopes that we were almost there. The cloak is gone. Maybe finishing this round would end it, so I don't have to do next week as a whole episode for 1 round of combat. But it may turn out to be that.
Well, my whole plan was if I get a hit with a couple momentum, or at least 1 momentum, I was going to disarm her and then, back off with some quippy lines.
No.
Yeah, because the natural progression from here is to run to the ship because they can't get the cloak anyway.
Mhm.
Right.
Unless we
Uh,
chase him down.
We might even be able to get a second ship if we really tried.
Oh God.
Can you stay for one task?
Sure.
All right, then how I will round this up is the way we're heading. As
Don't forget her.
And the Targ.
no, you're not getting him back unless everybody's dead. That's the
Oh.
problem with the Targ.
That's
I
why you
cannot rein
Fair.
my Targin. No.
That's why you get a bunch of Targ. You get a Targ pit.
I tell you what, I'm going to give the show a task. If he has at least 2 momentum after it, he can spend to have the Targ run after you.
Advantage.
That's the case. I have not
Targ
taken my
whistle.
action, so can I assist?
Narratively wrapping us up, I'm just going to let this be
Gotcha.
one
Yeah.
roll between the 2 shows. I would have if we could have done the whole fight, I would have liked to. But,
Yeah.
No worries.
There'll be another chance.
Yes.
good.
Next time.
I'm
you
going to
fight.
take an opposed melee attack. She will be the attacker as she tries to fight you and you try to hold off so your officers can get on board the ship.
Right. So I'm defending, so I roll first, huh?
Yup.
Yes.
Okie dokie. So that means we're going to be dumping threat on you. Well,
I will say if you spend any threat, I can use it. She has none. I have none on the table. Meaning she effectively has no ability to take stress or buy dice unless you give it to me right now.
okay, I guess I'm just going to roll flat then.
Which does have a risk because if you're rolling flat and I roll flat, there's a good chance I could succeed. But I was just
Right.
gonna highlight the power of me not having threat and you not giving it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Because when
so
you're on the
I'm-
defensive, giving me threat is pretty powerful for me. When you're on the attack, giving me threat is much better for you.
Right.
And I don't have a threat to spend for killer instinct, so
Right.
Yeah, she can't even kill you right
So,
now.
yeah.
She has to punch you.
Yeah, so I think rolling flat's probably my best bet. Anybody disagree?
Yeah. That seems good.
Yeah, I think that seems correct.
All right, here we go. Watch me roll like grinning. Got one.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
I take that crit back. Her focus is in bladed weapons, and as Corbinian pointed out, she can't use the Mechlith because she can't afford lethal. She has to swing at you with her free hand. But that is still 1 gained.
Yep.
As I will let you narrate the visible injury that you got from fighting her as you held her off and fighting Zhou to Zhou, and the story that came from it.
Well, this is how Makte lost 2 fingers on his left hand.
As she strikes you as you close the door to the airlock, still trying to hold her strike back, and it catches your hand and severs 2 fingers. She looks at the 2 fingers on the floor and screams because you stole a ship and a cloak. And I'm sure a bloody Maktai walks smiling down the gangplank.
Yes. All right, I'm going to bounce.
All right.
Yeah, I'm
That's
sorry
where
we
we'll
couldn't
close out.
do the whole fight. So I'll see y'all
You're
next week.
fine.
Oh no, it's
Doesn't-
fine.
I had about as much gas as you, so you're fine.
Yep.
All
Yep.
right,
See
night,
you, man.
everybody.
I'm good.
Nah,
Yeah, I'm going to bed. Catch you later.
So, yeah, have a good one. For all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing and running, thank you very much for doing so. And good times are had by all. We managed to actually pull off some sneaky Klingon stuff.
See. Oh boy.
Many periscopes were looked through.
All those periscopes.
I would definitely be interested to come back and see some more of this crew.
Yep.
I think the Ramen did the most work.
He set it all up.
You would.
Uh huh.